så jeg den på. Og så gjør jeg sånn. Går det bra? Ja.
Okay. Good. Good morning, everyone. Could we all be quiet, please? Good morning, everyone. My name is Jens Harald Aasheim. I am a senior advisor at the license and open access team with what was previously known as Kristin, which has now become part of a new organization called Ceres. In fact, it's so new that we still had to use the old Kristin logo. And I'm here to welcome you all to Oslo to the 7th in an ongoing series of OpenAire workshops tackling issues surrounding open access and open science. And the theme of today's workshop is impact and measurement of open access. And we have prepared 2 sessions for you today. The first session will start with measuring open access, and the second session will move more towards impact of open access, both on the research community and society in general. And we also hope to give you a glimpse of the issues surrounding measurement of the impact of open access as well. Now, first of all, I would just like to remind everyone present that this is being recorded and streamed live across the internet. So please do ask questions to our presenters, but wait until a microphone has reached you so that everyone can hear you and hear your question, not just those fortunate enough to be present here today. And the last thing is, before you ask a question, please state your name and institution. Thank you. Now, enough of me. Here to open the today's workshop and give you a proper Norwegian welcome. He is the rector of the institution generous enough to host today's workshop, Oslo and Akershus University College of Applied Sciences, and he was the previous head of the board of Kristin, the last as well, before it
the first and the last, the only.
Before it became Ceres. Kurt Rice.
Thank you. Thank you. Good morning, everybody, and welcome again to Oslo and to Høgskolen i Oslo Akershus, the Oslo and Akershus University College of Applied Sciences. It's a privilege and a pleasure for us to host such a distinguished crowd here who are engaged in very important discussions about open access. It's often the case that guys like me, rectors of host institutions, come up here and clear their throats for a couple of minutes and then let you get down to serious business. But in fact, open access is a topic that I care deeply and passionately about, and so I asked the organizers if I could have a few minutes to share some of my reflections with you on the state of the issue. And I don't know very much about what you put into the concepts of impact and measurement, but I would like to say a little bit about what I do with a special focus on impact. Open access, as I see it, is a classic example of an opportunity for disrupting a field, for disrupting a set of behaviors, for disrupting a system. And for the most part, I would say that we have failed over the last 10 or 15 years to exploit that opportunity in a way that has meaningfully improved the activity of scientific publication. That is a tragedy, in my opinion, but it's also academically interesting, and it deserves our study and our deeper understanding. And we might ask ourselves, I'll say a little bit more about what kinds of disruptions I would have liked to have seen. But first we might ask ourselves a bit about why it is that an opportunity for profound disruption, which is so clearly needed, has failed. And there's enough blame to go around, and I don't want to park it all in one place, but certainly a strong factor in our failure to convert the opportunities of open access is a lack of political leadership. In the case of Norway, we have a very, very simple way to change all scientific publication to open access tomorrow. And that simple way, you can all predict. It's because we have this system where financing of institutions is in part based on publication activity. We have this elaborate point system ensconced and managed by Kristin. And the government could easily say that we only will reward publication in open access journals. It would be super easy for them to say that. It would be super easy to implement. It would be have a profound effect on the nature of publication. The failure of the government then to make use of that opportunity has to be, one can only speculate on that. Is it the case that the commitment to open access isn't as strong as they actually say? Is it nervousness about being a small country taking such a strong position? There's some indication that that is the case. The situation in Norway has improved some over the last couple of years, and the political leadership themselves say that that's a result of a meeting that they had with the Dutch Secretary of State for higher education and research zonder Dekker. So we want to cheer the Dutch, and if any of you here are from the Netherlands, please know that we support you in the efforts that you're making, and not only that, we appreciate the influence that you give our politicians. So part of the failure to convert on the opportunity of open access is due to a lack of political will and a lack of political leadership. Another part of it, of course, is that it's an incredible demonstration of the power of monopolies. And publishers are in a monopoly position, and they exploit that in just the way that every economist tells us that monopolists will exploit their position. And that's a very, very strong position. And they have used that strength in part to negatively impact the opportunity for genuine disruption of the publishing industry. And the third factor that I'd like to point out that I believe is a very important factor when trying to understand the failed disruptiveness of open access is the prestige that we in the professorate assign to certain for-profit monopolistic journals, and that we have been unwilling to sacrifice or to reassign to open access journals, and that gets in the way of making much progress. The disruptive opportunity of open access is of course related to the core intention of publication, and there are only two of those, and you all know what they are. And the reason that scientists publish their work is, one, to get it distributed, that is read by others, to make an impact on the research that others are doing or on the application of research. So distribution is the one, and the other one is as part of our quality control system, and it's especially the second one where the connection between open access and quality control is not immediate or superficial, but that's exactly the kind of thing where a genuine disruption of an industry creates the opportunity to do better at also the parts that aren't immediately tied to it, right? So we might think of open access as being first and foremost about changing the way that we do distribution, and that would be a very sensible thing to think. But the disruption that could be created, that could have been created by doing that in a different way, would have opened the door to changing other aspects of the publishing enterprise. For example, the quality control aspect of it. And we all know that that is in deep crisis. There's the crisis of reproducibility. There's the crisis of faked research. There's a crisis of exploding retraction rates. There's a genuine and deep and profound crisis of quality control in scientific publishing, and that feeds wacky conclusions by politicians. So there's a senior politician here in Norway who now has decided that all the research on climate change is something that he doesn't have to care about. And there's this complete nut job in the White House who has, as a matter of principle, that he's not going to hold himself accountable to any kind of scientific research. And that is in part a result of eroding public confidence in science, which is in part rational, because we have a crisis of quality control. And that is something that is going to have terrible consequences for policy, which in turn will have terrible consequences for society and for the standard of living if we don't do something about it. And we had the chance. We had the chance to profoundly disrupt our scientific publishing industry, and we didn't make it happen. But maybe we still can. Maybe there's still hope. I sometimes have that hope. I see that finally there are some experiments with changing the quality control system, with open reviews, with more public discussion along the way at various versions of papers, with the push for open data that will make it easier for other scientists to try to reproduce the work of their colleagues. So in some ways, maybe there is hope, but we've squandered 15 years. And that is, in my opinion, a tragedy. Part of the political context for this in Norway, as I mentioned, is this point system that we have. And that, I'm increasingly convinced, has an unfortunate symbiotic relationship to monopolistic for-profit publishers like Elsevier, who are in the business of trying to break the backs of publicly financed universities. And I'd like to very briefly explain that. we have this two-level system where some journals are considered, you get more points for publishing in some journals than in others. And what I would like for somebody to do the research on is to find out if there are any publishers who are overrepresented at level 2 compared to level 1. And if that is the case, that has to constitute an act on the part of the Norwegian government that gives an unfair competitive advantage to those particular publishing houses. And I'd like to just make a prediction that Elsevier is overrepresented at level 2 compared to how it's represented at level 1. And if that is the case, then, as I said, that's an unfair competitive advantage given to Elsevier, which our government should definitely not be in the business of. And then the skeptic might say, but what if they actually have more good journals than other publishers do? To which I would say, we know that the concept of a good journal doesn't make any sense. We know that there is no correlation between the quality of the work published in high visibility journals and low visibility journals. In fact, we know that there might be reasons to think that the work published in high visibility journals is of lower quality than the work published in low visibility journals, for example, based on the higher rate of retraction that we see in high visibility journals. So the very concept, the concept of a good paper and a bad paper is clear. The concept of a good journal and a bad journal is not at all clear. Yet in Norway, we have a financing system that necessarily builds on the concept of good journals and bad journals and probably gives an unfair competitive advantage to certain large monopolists. And that's all I have time to say. So I want you to have a really good time here at your meeting, and I wish you well, and I hope that you come up with all sorts of new insights about ways to really exploit the opportunity and promise of open access. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Kurt, for an engaging and inspiring opening to this workshop. Our next speaker is Natalia Manula from the University of Athens and Athena. She is the project director of the OpenAire project, and she will give us an introduction to the workshop, Impact and Measurement of Open Access.
Okay, but hello. Okay, before I start, I just wanted to say to everyone that today is the 15th year anniversary of the Budapest Declaration, and as we heard before, is that we all have to think and reflect on the disruptions we've made. I think we all wish that we would have made a bigger disruption, but we are getting there. Let's see how we do that. So what we will present today, so do I, okay. What the workshop is today is one of the series of the workshops in from OpenAire. I have to now advertise that our next workshop will be in RDA 4th of April about legal issues. So it would be good to have you there. And it's about impact and measurement of open access, whatever that means, right? It means different things to many people. So the first is about monitoring open access. And what I would like to see is, in order to monitor, to say a few things to set the discussion for today, is in order to monitor open access, first we have to measure open access. Now what we do in OpenAire, right, is we get repositories, we get open access journals, we see a label, we sometimes see a license, and we label it open access. And you can click on probably a PDF viewer and you can see it. Is this what we want? Because what we believe in open access for publications and for data is that we should apply the FAIR principles. So we should find them. It's not only on the data, because everyone is talking about FAIR principles on research data, and they forget the publications. We should apply the FAIR principles on publications also. So it's not enough just to label something open access. You have to label it nicely so you can reuse it. You have to fill in all of the metadata so you can interoperate with it. You need to make it sure that it's text and data mineable. and of course you need to find it. So this is what we should do, what we should think on when we say measure open access. What is open access? And we should think about it in the very short future. So what we do in OpenAire to monitor open access for EC, I will just get you some graphs, and these are graphs. So we're measuring the FP7, we're measuring gold and green, we're measuring publications in institutional repositories or not, we're measuring per program, per project, and we do that for the other funders. So what we want to do in OpenAire is to have an open access open science monitor across Europe, if we're able to get other funders on board. But we need to go beyond that, because this is very simple. We need to measure openness, and this comes from OSI 2016 working group. Is we had nailed down some facets of openness, and this is where we should go to. We should measure all of openness on all products, research objects. We should do we should measure the license, the proper licenses, availability measures, how available are they, for what can we use them, and of course performance and format measures. So this is something that we should be working to for measuring open access. And of course you can imagine something like the Open Science Monitor, similar to the Open Data Government Monitor, which deals about open licenses, if it's machine readable, availability, how full it is, how full of metadata it is, broken down by different facets. So this is a country, and so we can have a monitor around Europe. And this is what we would like to do in OpenAire. We're doing it just very in a primary way, but this is the way that all member states and all research communities should think on. Part 2. So this is the discussion for this morning. Part 2, the impact of open access. This is, I would like to put some questions on the table. Is it measurable? There is the Commissioner Moedas, open science, open innovation, open to the world. We have indicators that it does actually have an impact, but we haven't measured how. And we need to measure for research, we need to measure for innovation, and we need to measure how it affects society and the public. And then what is most interesting is how does it relate to the research assessment. It's the previous talk said about how we can enable open access and open innovation, that we have to change the system. How does because it starts from there, researcher assessments. But this is only, I think we make the mistake of primarily looking to researchers, but we need also to look at the funders and the other policymakers. In OpenAire, what we do is we have a pilot usage statistic, so it's a Google-like analytics service for literature and data repositories, and we make sure that we get all of the stats there and analyze them and return them back to whoever wants to use. So when we are measuring open access and the impact, all we can do as OpenAire is to get the metrics, and then the people will see. We'll let the appropriate stakeholders to do the analysis. So when we're measuring open access impact, I think is that we have to realize that there are different and multiple metrics for different users. We don't know yet how they go. We see bibliometrics, we see scientometrics, we see webometrics, we see altmetrics. How are they used? What is their impact? So what is our job is to facilitate the process and make them available. But as a community, what we should insist on is to have an open metrics net framework. What we have in the past with Thomson Reuters, with all of these metrics that are being calculated for the research assessment, everything is closed. What we should change is to go to the open metrics framework. And this is a start that we're doing in OpenAire, but I think we need a lot of work in order to go there. So this is framing the discussion, and I hope that we will get a chance to discuss all of these things today.
Okay, thank you, Natalia, for an informative presentation. It's time to start the first session of today on measuring open access, and we begin with a presentation on behalf of the Knowledge Exchange. Its presenter is Mikael Svensson. He is Open Access Coordinator at the Danish Royal Library.
You pronounced it right. Can everyone hear me, or do I need a headset? Okay. Den der pointer, okay. I'm gonna take off my glasses, otherwise it's not gonna work. Or my ears are too big, maybe. I'm a technical person, you can see that. I think I managed now. Cool. Okay, first of all, thank you to OpenAire and also to Jens and Nina for inviting Knowledge Exchange in today and tell a bit about the work we've been performing the last 2 years around not so much measuring maybe, because that's something that takes part nationally mostly, but also to try and raise the a bit above and look at how we actually monitor open access among institutions and also countries and partner countries in the Knowledge Exchange. And I was really glad to see the program that one of the aim of today's workshop was to invite a wide variety of stakeholders when it comes to monitoring, because I think that is really needed. And that's also some of the recommendations that I'll show today that pops up from the workshops, that there are many stakeholders in this business and we need to address all the problems and issues that there are when it comes to monitoring. To those of you who are not familiar with Knowledge Exchange, I'm just going to tell you a bit about what they do as an organization. But then otherwise I'm going to more dig into the workshop series. We held the first one in Utrecht in 2015, and last November in Copenhagen we had the second workshop. And what we did was we tried to tell you a bit about how we tried to scope those 2 workshops, look at the background, the method we applied, and what the objectives were, and then giving a status on some of the keynotes that were given by the community outreach we did, and then also look specific into the country reporting on monitoring OA. And then finally, as the second part of the workshop, we had breakout groups who discussed in-depth KE-selected topics and some questions. And that turned out to be more than 50 recommendations given. And I'm allowing myself to cherry pick a bit of those recommendations today, but the report will hopefully come out, Christian, in 2 weeks or something like that. So you can dive more detailed into some of the recommendations. And then finally give an outlook on what's needed beyond these workshops, and also around the published report that is coming up. So Knowledge Exchange consists basically of 6 organizations, with the last member CNRS from France coming in. And these 6 organizations are working together in Europe to support the development of digital infrastructure to enable open scholarship. And it's a network consisting of expertise within both open access, research data, and also open scholarship. And it's a very fruitful network with a lot of interesting collaboration, I think. The background and method we applied was that in 2015, what we call in Knowledge Exchange a task and finish group was set up within the open access expert group to try and plan and scope a workshop series around international collaboration, addressing especially the challenges, but also try to come up with some of the recommendations in monitoring both open access publications and also the derived cost data that we see. So there's a need for monitoring in times of economic restraints, and also in order to so institutions are more capable of allocating budgets when it comes to this. And then what we applied was a kind of, I call it a mixed method, because It was both consisting of quantitative data from running projects, and then also qualitative data that popped out in the breakout groups, and inviting also some of the keynotes. Most of the keynotes are also present here today. You'll see that later. That gave a kind of baseline for the breakout groups to discuss some of the topics more in depth, and we asked them to come up with some really practice-based recommendations on how to maybe solve these challenges and what are needed for the future. The objectives were quite clear. We had a goal of pushing for transparency in exchange of open access metadata and cost data. That was the goal of the workshop. And how? What's the aim of this goal? Well, it is to influence, as Kurt said in the beginning, evidence-based policy making around data, and then promote better outcomes in negotiations with publishers. That was the clear aim, or those clear aims for the workshop. I also did a bit of meta monitoring on the workshop. It was really an international knowledge exchange. We had 11 countries participating. We had through inter-organizational knowledge exchange, more than 41 organizations took part, and we had both licensing and open access experts participating with more than 50 workshop attendees. And if you want to check out the hashtag KEOA16, there are a lot of good tweets in there if you're active in that social media. Okay. As I mentioned, I think one part that was really crucial to knowledge exchange was that, okay, we're working within knowledge exchange, we know each other as organizations and countries, but what is actually happening outside knowledge exchange? Also in OpenAire, there was also OpenAire participation here, and we said, okay, there are actually, in Open Knowledge Foundation, there's actually research taking place within open access. And one of you probably know Stuart Lawson from Birkbeck. He's at Birkbeck now. Did a really interesting keynote on some of the research he's been doing, and also some of the stuff he's been working on with JISC in order to collect data from some of the offsetting deals there. And as you will hear today, we also invited in Crossref. Rachel is going to give a talk here later today about what work is Crossref doing in order to disseminate open access metadata from publishers at Crossref. And that was really interesting. And then two of the projects on especially the Springer Compact deal, how do we collect cost data and information from offsetting contracts? It's not trivial, it's actually difficult stuff. And we had Kai from Max Planck and Graham Stone from JISC. And then we actually had 6 country presentations. The first one from Dirk, who's also here today, I see, on the Intact project that is running now within the DFG. We had Frank demoing, who's also here today, demoing UK Monitor UK and Local Monitor. And we had the Danish Open Access Indicator that Karen is going to talk about later. So you have the really good opportunity to get something repeated here. And then from the Netherlands, we had Just, who's also here, I saw, and Robert van der Voorden from the VSNU about what they do at negotiation deals with some of the big publishers. And finally, we had, no, not finally, we also had Jyrki Ilver from the National Library of Finland around the work they do in Finland. And from France, Couperin was representing France here by Sandrine Malato, and we had Jean-François Lutz from University of Lorraine around what they do locally in France at a university around collecting APCs and data from Gold Open Access Publishing. So I think that gave a really solid baseline for actually splitting up the next day in workshops, in breakout groups, and discussing things really in depth. And we set it up. Knowledge Exchange did a lot of work to try and say, okay, what are we going to discuss here? It's such a complex field. It's so big. And one of the things that were really, really important was, okay, data collection from sources. How can we address quality? Again, as Kurt said in the beginning, we need to address quality in the way we collect data from available sources. And that breakout group was led by Maurits van der Graaf, who's also doing some other work for Knowledge Exchange at the moment. He's a consultant. And the second breakout group was on workflows. How do we efficiently monitor? And what are the workflows? Are they set up efficiently in the way we do it? And especially Kai Gishun from Max Planck Library has done a lot of work in trying to figure out how we can obtain efficiency in workflows. And of course, there always needs to be a standard track in a workshop. So it was led by Frank Minister, and here we addressed how we aggregate open access publication and cost via standards. Is it done via standards? Are the standards sufficient? What do we need? A lot of questions popped out. I won't go into detail with all the questions here, but as you will see in some of the recommendations, you can probably guess the questions. And the last thing that is also really important was, okay, governance and policy making. How do we build in trust in monitoring open access? And can we align policies across nations and policy making? And it was led by Angela Holzer from DFG. Okay, I'm gonna dig right into some of the recommendations, and as I said in the beginning, I have allowed myself to cherry pick a bit. There are close to 50 recommendations, and they're set up in the report so you can see it more detailed in two weeks' time. But when it comes to green open access, some of the recommendations that were given in the breakout group on data collecting and sources, we need to identify the corresponding author in a metadata scheme. We need to identify the potential green open access. It's a concept that you'll see in the open access indicator as well. In Karen's talk, via the Sherpa Romeo API, you can actually see the publisher's self-archiving rights and policies. And we need to monitor open access after the end of the embargo. Actually, do publishers fulfill what they promise when it comes to self-archiving rights? When it comes to gold OA, well, matching metadata from our CRIS systems or repositories, either with the DOAJ or, as we have seen coming from Bielefeld, the ISSN Gold Open Access list that has much more in it. And in order to identify the pure gold open access articles, do that matching is really important. And then both look at the APC expenditures and the administrative handling cost of handling APCs. There's a lot of staff hours involved here, and it's part of the cost structure. It's either done maybe by the author himself. We don't, as libraries, for example, we are totally bypassed when a researcher takes out his MasterCard and just pays for the APC. And we never have the chance to monitor that. And what about the APC funds that are set up at universities? What do they do? We need to be able to track it. Hybrid, that's the really difficult one. It's requirements we need from publishers because they contain the data, and it should be agreed in the offsetting contracts. We need both corresponding author, we need license information, we need the exact publishing date. Standardized data formats for author affiliations is also needed in order so we know who have paid for this when it comes to open access publishing. Around the workflows, there was also some recommendations here given, and as also mentioned in offsetting contracts, that could be in the terms and conditions, publishers should include in Crossref a license statement for each publication. That would make the automated way of tracking this much more possible. ORCID was mentioned as maybe a solution to workflow challenges. Let's say Crossref did the auto-updating of ORCID profiles if they contain the right metadata. ORCID could be the solution to workflows. It's not at the moment, but it's a recommendation. So people could work on this if they want. Using Crossmark, it's a standard that most publishers use. It could also be a container for open access metadata on both versions and costs. There are some available stuff out there. Capturing both cost and license-related metadata, making it visible in the invoices as well. I've seen a lot of invoices from researchers, and you will never have the chance to say, what is this? There's not even, sometimes not an article title. It's really hard. So DOI, that's key. It's key in invoices. Otherwise, you will never be able to, from accounting systems, to see which article is this. So, and also the license info, author names and affiliation, funder identifiers, and ORCIDs if they have one. Again, it was also recommended to investigate the complexity of many-to-many payments, and maybe to look at third-party e-commerce solutions. There are someone out there. Who is responsible for monitoring this? There are maybe e-commerce third-party vendors that could solve this as an issue, especially among universities and publishers. Well, there's no answers, but there are some recommendations here. Standards, again, use standards when depositing articles. That is needed, and it could be done by some kind of validation. For example, in Denmark, the library does the validation of the quality of the data in the CRIS systems. And you should be really specific about the standards you need from publishers. JISC has here a best practice for publishers that they've made. Adding a new field for APC publication, maybe, to the Open Archives Initiative protocol. That is not done. Mixing and matching staff is also important here. Again, stakeholders. It's both accounting people that sits and actually maybe sometimes pay for invoices. It's licensing people, it's technical staff working with CRIS and repositories, and it's metadata specialists. They should work on the data entry points. And then ensure technical feasibility for publishers to provide data if they want to provide data to the repositories. It should be done by a sort API or native API, whatever the CRIS and repositories systems have set up. Looking at governance and policies, it was recommended that measuring must be done more broadly, not only on article levels. At the moment, there is no, what I've heard of, any kind of measuring or monitoring of books, anthologies, chapters. There's a tendency to focus really much on the journal article. Funders and other stakeholders, they should use clear open access definitions in the policies. They should support filtering, and they should help clarifying if the target goals are met in the policies, and aligning the monitoring results across nations. Monitoring should look beyond current systems as they change, in order so they become more flexible and adaptable over time. Collecting cost data in one system is recommended. Data sets should be set up in a standard way so that data can be collected and exchanged. And the institutional processes for making it clear what are the concept, total cost of publications. What are they? Including both APC, administrative costs, infrastructural costs for running software, and these other costs that have always been there, like page and color charges. They're often not part of the APC at the moment, but it could be additional thing coming up. So this is a complex field. What we then did with some of these nearly 50 recommendations was that, okay, we need to point out who are the key stakeholders for actually working on these areas in the future, and what action points are needed. And one, maybe not surprisingly, one of the key stakeholders and the key factors for successful monitoring of access publications is the CRIS system. It is crucial, both in the way that for CRIS systems, they should improve the integration between both CRISes and institutional repositories. And CRISes, they should at least follow the OpenAire interoperability guidelines. That was some of the recommendations. And they should integrate different categories of open access in CRISes. For example, in the CRIS system we have in Denmark, it's just open access. But what kind of open access is it? And they should collect and report data on these different kinds of open access, green, gold, or if it's possible to validate it, hybrid open access. And try also as a recommendation to create a DOI linkage between accounting systems and CRIS systems. That would make it much easier to identify the costs as well and who paid for it. Another key stakeholder are of course publishers. They're essential actors in monitoring as they hold crucial information. They're not just often not so willing to share it. But okay, a recommendation is for publishers to use standardized data formats for author affiliation license statement, and indicating the status of the publication. Is it green? Is it gold? Or is it hybrid? Libraries and funders, when they negotiate with publishers or set up policies, they should be really specific about the metadata requirements, and they should include these in both offsetting and licensing contracts. Publishers should also include all cost and license-related metadata in their invoices, as I mentioned earlier on. Another one, the last one, libraries. They have a central role because they often have the know-how in both monitoring and measuring open access, at least from also the licensing work and subscriptions work that I've been doing for decades. It's a new field, but I think they're central. They should collect as much data as possible and ensure the data to be open via IPA, and also, as Natalie mentioned, to be fair, according to the fair data principles. And they could be obvious, let's say, key stakeholders as working as centralized OA funding offices regarding APC administration. In some universities, most APC administration takes place at libraries, but often it's also locally at institutes and faculties. Requirement of transparency to all costs related to everything that has to do with publishing, and ensure that non-disclosure agreements are avoided. Also when it comes to if there are some kind of APC offsetting taking place locally, make sure the data are openly, they're non-disclosure. And then try and set up processes that openly monitor an institution's total cost of publications. These were the key stakeholders and some of the recommendations given. But there was one, maybe as a take home, one of the most, let's say, a mission statement you could call it, or a superior workshop statement that was given, was that, okay, if the monitoring of open access is not open, it will probably fail. So, open, 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 all the way down. I would say this work, Kay need to acknowledge all those who participated. There were really lively discussions, and I'm not sure that this work is done. It's just started, but here are some recommendations to be given, and well, as I mentioned, the published report will be out in 2 weeks. So I hope this was a bit of an appetizer for that one. And I also want to say thank to OpenAire for coming. And I think do we have time for any questions? Otherwise, there's a coffee break, and I think I'm in the panel later at the end of the day. So if you have any more questions, you're mostly welcome to contact me or prod my shoulder. Okay, yeah.
Yes. Any questions for Mikael? No? No, yes, you.
Good morning, everybody. I guess the library is taking very important role in the monitoring of the APCs.
Yeah.
Maybe we should think about how can we add some features to the library automation system to monitor the APCs, like ordering the books, something like that.
Mm.
It should be very important. What do you think about that?
In which system? What part of the system do you think?
Library automation systems.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What are library automation?
Yeah,
I'm not
Circe Dynix or
sorry.
Millennium, Circe Dynix, whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe I wouldn't be able to say if that's the solution. I think one of the way that the recommendations that were seen here was that ORCID could become some kind of solution if it's because it's applied both for publishers, it's applied in the CRIS systems often, integrated into the CRIS systems, and it's connected to the researcher. So that could be maybe some kind of container for if their profiles are auto-updated and the metadata are exchanged. So that was one, or maybe possible solution to automation, but I'm not an automation system expert, so I wouldn't be able to tell.
Okay, thank you.
But maybe someone has a reply to that in the audience.
No, but I have a question.
Yeah.
We run in OpenAire a pilot on APCs, paying APCs for post-FP7 publications, and what we saw is that the libraries, they are doing the job, but they're not very much organized because they are missing the IT systems. Many of the libraries used Excel sheets, and I think you said about open protocols, and what we did is we made a system which is automated, and then we wanted to talk about exchange formats to change to exchange the data that we have now in the system with other stakeholders. Even though the publishers are not willing to do that, but the other stakeholders like GISCO should do that. What does it take to get a group, through knowledge exchange perhaps and OpenAire, to get these things in place? Because we're talking about open protocols and open monitoring, but we're not doing much.
No, I would say that's a really good activity for KE to try and look more into. But I would say for a local perspective, for example, we used in Denmark Navision as it's really closed system for accounting system from Microsoft, and have no chance to trying to communicate with that system. At least it's not open. So, but it could probably be developed. But often that I think at the moment is that there's no connection between CRIS or repositories and accounting systems. That's the huge challenge. So we need that in order to have that exchange of data, metadata. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, Kronos. Yeah. Yeah. Mm. Yeah. I would like to see the first open licensed system, open source system. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. The open science monitor. Was you referring to that? Okay.
No, I'm referring to the APC
FP. Okay.
System.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, I think that's it.
Yeah.
Again.
Okay. Thanks. I will share it with some of the
We will now have a break, and we'll return in roughly 20 minutes, 45 minutes past 10. Thank you. Okay. Welcome back, everyone. Now, our next speaker is Karen Sofie Hyttebal Ibanez. She is a senior research analyst at the Technical University of Denmark, DTU.
Den nederste. So while we're waiting for the slide to appear, thank you for inviting me to this workshop to talk about the Danish Open Access Indicator. My name is Karen. I work at Technical University of Denmark. We assist the Minister of Higher Education and Science in operating, analyzing, and further develop the Danish Open Access Indicator. This is a joint effort with the library at the Technical University of Denmark, and I can't take credit of any of the things that has been done so far because I'm fairly new to the team. For the next half hour, I will give you a background of why we measure in Denmark, what is being measured, how it is measured, the challenges connected to measuring open access, suggestions to developments and improvements, and how we can use the data from the indicator. So in Denmark, since 2014, we have a national strategy for open access, which is green, primarily green, and which has a definition of open access as scientific and peer-reviewed articles and conference contributions in journals and proceedings with ISSN. This is the first challenge, I think, with measuring open access, that this is actually a quite narrow definition, and in other countries you might have a different definition of an open access publication. When defining the strategy, there were some talks about actually including book chapters, chapters in anthologies to the definition of open access. But due to input from the university, that was actually taken out again, and ended up with this definition because in regards to anthologies and monographs, we're just really not very close to having open access. So this is the definition we ended up with. So the strategy has some very ambitious targets. The idea, or the goal, is in data from 2016, 80% of those publications are supposed to be open access. And by 2021, 100% are supposed to be open access. So that's quite ambitious, and as you'll see later on in my presentation, you can see the state of affairs as we are right now, and there's quite a long way to go, but it's always good with some good challenges. So with these targets, obviously we need something to monitor how well are we doing in Denmark on a national level and on a university level, and hence the open access indicator was developed. The indicator is actually a further development of the Open Access Barometer, which was as a part of a DEF-funded project, which ran from 2012 to 14, developed the foundation of what we have now in the Open Access Indicator. The indicator measures once a year in springtime. Last year we did a pilot harvest, and this year it's the first real harvest which will be launched in around April with the brand new numbers. So the aim of the indicator is to monitor how well the Danish university fulfill the target of the strategy. It's an add-on to the Danish National Research Database that collects already all the research from the Danish universities. So we have quite a good database already. It measures once a year, as I just said. Now we come to another definition. There's a lot of definitions here. The way the open access indicator actually can measure open access. There are two kinds of open access to be measured in the indicator. The first one is a gold open access. So even though we have a green strategy, obviously there will be gold open access publications as well being published in Denmark. They have to be real gold, not hybrid. And we use the Directory of Open Access Journals as a foundation or as a base to validate the gold open access journals. Also, we measure the green open access. We do that by measuring publication downloaded or uploaded either in an institutional repository or in an external repository. What we don't measure is hybrid open access. Only if it's uploaded into one of these repositories. And I'll get back to that a bit later. So the data sources we use for the measuring of the open access output is first of all the publication metadata from all 8 universities. All 8 universities in Denmark are using the same CRIS system. It's pure. So we have like a unified data model and have very consistent data that we can use as a basis. And in Denmark, we also have the bibliometric research indicator that you have in Norway, and which Kurt talked about this morning. It's a funding allocation system. And since we have that funding allocation system, I'm not going into detail whether it's good or not, but we have it, and it actually means that the Danish universities, they actually register most, I would say, next to 100% of the research are actually registered in the CRIS systems. Otherwise, you don't get the money from the BFI system. So that's also a data source. We use Directory of Open Access journals as a source. We use Sherpa Romeo to validate whether or not there's open access potential. And then a new addition to the data set from 2015 is an authority list of trusted external repositories. This is collected or compiled annually with input from the Danish universities. They can actually make suggestions to this list of external repositories, and they're being decided by the National Steering Group or Committee of Open Access in Denmark. Furthermore, we have an authority list of journals with extreme embargo periods. Since the strategy says that you're only allowed to have a maximum of 12 months embargo, what we found was obviously a lot of the journals indexed in Sherpa Romeo said, there's a green open access possibility, but a lot of those journals actually have more than 12 month embargo periods, all the way up to, 48 months, which is not really open access potential in our view. So we actually collected lists of embargo periods from the publishers, and the university assisted with those lists. So that's compiled annually as well, and works as a base, also a data source. So I'll walk you through the steps of the indicator measuring. First of all, we collect the metadata from the CRIS systems, and that results in a subset with duplicates. a number of the publication in Denmark are co-authored by 2 or more universities, but all university put an entry into their CRIS system. So we have one data set, a subset, which we use for the university calculation with duplicates, and then we make a deduplication with the data from the BFI, and which results in a data set for the national calculation without duplicates, with unique entries. Those data are then first of all being matched with the Directory of Open Access Journals metadata to see if any of these journals are indexed in DOI. To put an extra quality filter on it, it has to be also on this Bibliometric Research Indicator Authority list. There are 2 lists. One for journals, series and proceedings, and one for publishers. So you have to also be indexed on a BFI list in order to be qualified as real gold open access. So if this is the case, if the publication is published in a journal in DOI and BFI, it's classified as realized open access. If not, we move on to check if there's a publication attached to the file or to the entry, and to see if it's downloadable either from the institutional repository, the institutional CRIS, or one of those recognized and compatible external repositories. So if that's the case, they are being, and if there's something to download, it's considered also as realized open access. If not, we consult the Sherpa Romeo to see if it would have been possible to have an open access, green open access, to see if the journal is indexed in Sherpa Romeo in the green category. And also to take into account the journals with long embargo periods, we match that with that list as well to make sure that the journals with long embargo periods are not being classified as unused potential. So we'll end up with, in this process, 2 data sets, one at university level and one on a national level. The results are communicated via the Danish research database and via spreadsheets that are downloadable. So it's 100% transparent, and you can use the data. I'll get back to that later as well. So the 3 categories that we end up with are the realized open access potential that are referring to publications that are freely accessible online. It's unused open access potential referring to publications that are not freely accessible online, but which have been published in journals which allowed green open access with an embargo period up to 1 year. And then we have the last category, the rest. It's the unclear open access potential, referring to the publications that are not freely accessible and which have been published in journals with an undetermined open access policy. And that also includes printed journals. In Denmark, we still have printed journals that are not digital yet. So that's sort of the rest of the publications. So when measuring open access in this way, we're presented with some challenges. First of all, comparability and definitions. The open access indicator measure what we have defined in Denmark to be open access publications and the definition of open access. And it can only measure the data that is available from the CRIS systems. And as Mikael just said, there's a lot of data that we don't get from the CRIS systems. We don't get information of whether it's hybrid articles or whether it's a corresponding author from a Danish university, stuff like that we don't know. So we can obviously only measure the data that we have. So when comparing with other countries in Europe or worldwide, you have to keep in mind that you're not necessarily comparing the same numbers. So you have to be aware of that. Also, we don't measure hybrid publications. With the data we have, we can't measure that, and it's really a shame because we don't. We have no idea how many hybrid publications are actually being paid for in Denmark. They are taken into account if they're uploaded to the CRIS systems, to the repositories, but then they are being calculated or measured as green open access, which is really sort of not completely true. We have, as you see in the process, a lot of different data sources. So a lot of different data has to be matched and compiled together, and obviously that it would be easier if we just had to push one button and we would get all the data in one go. Also, there's some manual work in the process, so that could be a challenge as well. And then we had the challenge with the long embargo periods that we have tried now to take into account with making this authority list with the journals with the long embargo periods. But that's also a challenge because we have to collect data from either the publishers or the universities, which is also a bit, could be a bit tiresome for the university to have to go through all their publications. So that's also, I think it's a challenge as well. So I'll just show you what it looks like. This is the front page of the Danish National Research Database. You can see here we have all in the left-hand side, all the publications from the Danish universities and other research institutions. And then we have the open access results only from universities. It's only universities that are covered by the national strategy of open access so far. So when you go into the open access indicator, you get information on different levels. First of all, you get on a national level. We can see that the last run we did for 2014 data actually only resulted in 80% open access, so it's a bit far to the 80%. So it gives a nice overview of how much do we have, how much is unused, and how much is unclear. Then we also divide it into main research areas. And I don't know if you can see it, but it's actually quite interesting to see that humanities are actually very close to science technology, that we actually have a lot of, quite a big share of the realized open access potential is in the humanities. Then we had at university level, and which is, I think, what is being looked at the most, because I think the university find this really interesting, and they obviously compare themselves to each other. And so we have it in order. Technical University of Denmark are doing the best, and and so forth. What I just showed you was with the three categories. Actually, we also have a view where we only present the two categories, the realized open access potential and the unused potential, because it's a bit difficult to actually reach 100% open access if 30% is unclear, if there's no possibility of publishing open access, if it's printed journal or just journals that say no, we don't want to give that that opportunity. So you could say that these kind of numbers are more accurate, and they definitely look better for on a national level and on the university level. We also have a view where we see the development of the indicator, and you can see here we in 13 we had 70%, 14, 18, but that was before there was really the focus on open access that we have now. I think most of the universities have a strategy now, and workflows are being established how to actually accomplish getting more open access publications. So you can also see the whole time where are we according to the target. And yeah, it's going to be really interesting. In the beginning of April, the new data are ready, we hope, and it's going to be quite interesting to see how much the university have actually managed to get open access. So in the indicator, we give you also documentation and data set. There's a documentation of the technical aspects and the overview of how we measure, and you can get the summary data and the publication data and records data. So everything is transparent, and each university has access to their own data, but also the data of the other universities as well. So obviously we have also some things we would like to do in the future, step by step. First of all, we would like very much to be able to distinguish the gold open access journals with and without APC charges, because in Denmark we actually have quite a lot of journals, gold open access journals that are for free, that do not charge an APC. So it'd be quite nice to see actually how does it distribute between them. We would still need then the information of corresponding author. It wouldn't give us the data to be able to say, in Denmark we have approximately paid this and this for gold open access journals, but it would give us a starting point. And then to be able to distinguish between that and also distinguish between open access green in the local repository and the external repository. That's hopefully something we'll be able to do soon, the last two bullets. Then we would like to be able to measure the hybrid articles, and also in the future maybe draw on global bibliographic data, for instance from Crossref, so actually to simplify the processing pipeline, not to have so many data sets and data sources to match, but actually to have data from a more consistent data provider. So the data, these are just examples what you can do with the data. The university can monitor how far away they are from the targets, and which journals that do not allow open access publishing, they can use that information on a more strategic level. On a national level, it would be quite interesting to monitor the development in embargo periods, and that's data that DEF, who will negotiate the license agreements, could be handy for them to have, to see what are does the publisher make it more and more difficult for us to publish green open access. And then whatever you want to do with the data, it's openly available and it's free for everyone to use. So, if you have any questions.
Thank you, Karen. We have time for a few questions. I see it's up there. And again, could you, just a reminder, please wait for the microphone so that everyone can hear you.
I have more related question. What makes a repository a trusted one in your country? And what is the relation between the CRIS and the repositories in Denmark?
Yeah. The trusted repositories are, as I said, all the university can suggest different repositories, and we have a national steering committee, open access, and they actually decide which of the repositories are going to be marked as a trusted repository. And it's we have Archive as one, we have Zenodo as one, and we have actually the open journal systems in Denmark are being marked. But I can with the new indicator run, there'll be also a data set with the repositories that are marked as the trusted ones. So that's also will be openly available. And your second question?
Yeah, the relation between the CRISs and the repositories in Denmark.
Yeah, most Danish universities use the CRIS as a repository. They use, I don't know how many, but I think most of the university use Pure as a repository, and I know it's not a repository as such, but that's how it's being used in Denmark. It would be nice to have a national repository, independent of publishers, but we're not quite there yet.
Okay, one last question.
Yes, you said that you deduplicate the publications, but how can you give the numbers of each universities? Because how do you know the publication from which universities they are?
But we have two data sets. One where we deduplicate them, where it's on a national level, and then one data set for each university.
So that's before the duplication. Deduplication.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Okay. Again, thank you, Karen, for your presentation. It's now time for the last speaker of this session, Rachel Lamy. She is outreach manager at Crossref.
Okay. You can hear me even better, right? Good. Okay, so I'm going to, my name's Rachel Lamy, and I work in the member and community outreach team at Crossref. If you're not familiar with Crossref, what we are and what we do, we are a not-for-profit membership organisation for scholarly publishing. And we collect metadata from publishers, and then make that available so that it can be used to locate articles, to cite them, to track them, And we're one of the registration agencies that assigns the DOI, or digital object identifiers, to lots of different things, predominantly journal articles, but more so now things like books, data sets, preprints, dissertations. In numbers, we work with over 5,000 publisher members, some big publishers, but more and more so a long tail of small open access publishers based all around the world. We've got metadata related to over 85 million content items, and that includes preprints. So in about November last year, we set up a specific part of our metadata schema to accept and assign DOIs to preprints, and I think we already have around 9,000 preprint DOIs registered from people like MDPI and bioRxiv. We collect funder identifiers. Mikael talked about Crossmark for displaying corrections and retractions, a tool to check for potential plagiarism in articles, and we make the information available via an open REST API and search interfaces. Again, that's a quick overview, but if I had to sum it up, we're probably about infrastructure, the stuff that sits behind the scenes, that when it works, you don't notice it. When it breaks, you notice it pretty quickly. And our specific flavour of infrastructure is that metadata that we collect from publishers. People predominantly sort of know Crossref because publishers assign DOIs so that their content can be indexed and discovered more readily. Whenever papers move from one platform to the other, the information can be updated so that the DOI provides a persistent link that doesn't break in the same way as a normal URL would. And they also give us things like full text links to the content, which can be used for text mining and other indexing services. Bibliographic metadata is great. It's a really good way to pair it with DOIs and to provide a way for someone to be able to find and persistently link to the definitive version of an article on, say, a publisher site. But from what we're talking about today, there's actually a lot more information related to articles that is going to be useful to pad out or to add to that sort of standard bibliographic metadata. Karen was already talking about the fact that institutions want to be able to track publications from researchers, show how much content is being published under open access licenses. There's a real need from funders to be able to identify the outputs from publishers. Publishers need to do this themselves. Whenever I worked at a publisher, and this is a while ago, but we had a spreadsheet, an Excel spreadsheet to track the publications that came from specific funders. That doesn't work. And one of the things as well is that this information needs to span disciplines, institutions, geographies, jurisdictions, so it needs to be collected in a standard format, no matter who's providing it. A lot of this is done through our API, which there's no point us collecting all of this information from publishers if we don't make it readily available and in a way that means that systems can talk to each other and developers can easily integrate that information into different systems. So we make the information openly available. Anyone can come along, query it. Our API is open source. You can go in, have a look, and you don't need to sign up in order to use it. We're keen for people to go experiment and see what they can find. So how would I use that to be able to look and track information or track research that's subject to funder mandates and ensure that it's being disseminated under the correct license so that it complies with that? So I talked about the fact that it's not just bibliographic metadata. We can collect information on publications that ties them to a specific funder. We're a big fan of ORCID IDs. So again, if publishers provide those, we'll collect them, and we'll also use them to push the publication record into the author's ORCID profile if they allow us to do so. So it just means more complete ORCID records to be able to track the outputs from a particular researcher. I'll go into more detail on the license information that we collect from publishers. And we also collect as I mentioned, the location of the full text of the paper. Normally, as you know, if you click on a DOI, it will take you to the landing page of an article. So you can see the abstract, authors, that kind of information. If I want to try to retrieve the full text in order to mine it, I don't want to have to go to the landing page for an article and search around for it. If I can find and link directly to the full text, then that's much easier for me. Long-term preservation, so archiving information, we can collect that as well. And also information on clinical trials so that people can see information on papers from a range of publishers that are linked around a specific clinical trial and clinical trial ID. I want to go into a little bit of detail on the funding and license information that we collect. Our metadata formats they've been pretty flexible in terms of letting publishers provide additional information. The only thing is, as you know, if people are given free text fields to provide information, it doesn't work very well. People can type in, they'll make mistakes, they'll spell things incorrectly. So we needed a way to collect funder information in a standard way from a standard list. So we've created a funder registry, which as of last week is a list of over 14,000 international funders. And we actively curate that list so that it can grow. I think when we launched it, it had about 4,000 funders listed, which again, as you know, isn't even a drop in the ocean in the number of funders that there are. So this is growing continually. Publishers, whenever they are collecting author information upon submission, can collect the funding information and match it to one of the funders in that registry. And each of those funders has a unique ID as well, so their own DOI. So that means if the funder changes name, merges, for example, then you're still able to track the funding that came from that institution or that organization. And the main thing that this allows is large-scale analysis and reporting to funders. So to go into our API a bit, what I can do and what I did this morning, I did the thing where, you shouldn't edit your slides in the morning that you're going to present. But I wanted to have a look as to how much funding information we actually have. So at the moment, we've got over 1.7 million publications linked to specific funders in our database. And if I go into a little bit more detail, so looking at a specific Springer article, I can see that it was funded by Arthritis Research UK, and that's the specific identifier that relates to that funder. we use our API a lot, but obviously there are different, what you can do with the API is that you can build stuff on top of it. So we've built a really simple search interface so that you can go in, put in a funder name, and be able to find all of the publications that we can see at Crossref that have that funder associated with them. So if I did a search for Medical Research Council, it's going to bring up all of the articles that we can see, in this case about 6,000 results that were funded by that organisation. I can see grant numbers if those have been provided, and that's across lots of different publishers, not just by publisher. If I want to, I can group that by publisher or publication as well. So it's an easy way to see and manipulate that information if you're interested in it. We also collect license information. We collect that as a URL from the publisher. They provide that information to us. Again, collecting it as a URL means that it's machine readable as opposed to collecting license text. Looking this morning, so in this example with the API, I've asked it to tell me, to let me know how many articles that Crossref can see have been published using Creative Commons CC BY 3.0. And whenever I ran that query, there were about just over 200,000. So I can see that information as an overview, but I can also see it on the level of an individual article, because there's, you know, as we were saying, there's no point tracking this information on a journal level, because you've got hybrid journals. You need to know the information on an article by article basis. For those of you who really like metadata, and I'm a fan, this is how it actually looks in the deposits that we get from publishers. So we've got an access indicators schema. So it's telling me, okay, this article has been published under a Creative Commons license. It's a Hindawi article. And I can also see, as a little plus, they also provide me the full text link for text mining as well. They've got, as a big up for Hindawi, they do provide really good, thorough information in their metadata. Obviously, I would say the majority of the license information we can see at the moment is related to open access licenses, because it's simplest for open access publishers to say, okay, everything that we have is published under this license, and they can upload that information to us pretty quickly. But it's not as simple as that for hybrid journals, embargoes, etc. So the way that we collect the information can be more nuanced than that. So in this instance, I can see that the publisher has said, okay, this specific license applies to the VOR, or version of record, and it starts on this date. This license applies to the accepted manuscript. So you can, by saying which date specific licenses start on, you can convey if the paper is being published under, say, a proprietary license for the first year, 18 months, and then when it moves over to being published under an open access license. Publishers can also give us, if they have a specific license related to text mining, they can provide that there. And then you can see they can also provide archiving information as well. As I mentioned, being able to tie funding information with the article is great, but being able to tie that with the article plus with the author as well via their ORCID ID gives a really useful set of information. As of this morning, we could see ORCID ID. We had about 0.6 million ORCID IDs that have been deposited with us and tied to articles from nearly 850 850 publishers. So again, you'll have seen that some publishers have started to mandate ORCIDs, some funders as well, and we're definitely seeing that reflected in the amount of ORCID IDs that are coming in to us in the metadata associated with articles, books, preprints, etc. And just a quick example, the majority of our metadata is in English. We've got some in different languages, so you can see that we can collect the information in lots of different in different languages, and you can also tie it to an ORCID ID, which makes it especially useful. I know I'm here to talk about the measuring part. Just to talk a little bit about what we're doing around being able to track, to look at impact. So we do collect reference information from publishers as well, and publishers can choose to make that available via Crossref, and they can look at publishers can look at the information to be able to see how many times people are citing their publications. Again, it's interesting because it's looking at a different subset of information from, say, Google or PubMed. So it's something else to add into the mix. We're also working on a service, and you can link to it here, called Event Data. It's been really interesting to us over the past couple of years because we measure who's resolving DOIs and where those resolutions are coming from. You won't be surprised to know that a lot of the resolutions come from publisher platforms. But more and more we're seeing DOIs being resolved via Wikipedia, social sharing platforms, obviously things like Twitter, Facebook, and we're setting up what we're calling Crossref event data. So we're aggregating information on where events, so anything related to that happens related to a DOI happens on one of those platforms. We're making it openly available via an API, and we're not sort of this isn't us providing, say, getting into alternative metrics. It's a way just to provide the raw data so that it's open, it's auditable, it's transferable as well, so that if a journal moves, say, between publishers, that information isn't lost. You can still measure how many times an article in that journal has had these events associated with it. This was really sort of based out of an initiative that came out of the PLAW Salt Metrics group, and then via OASPA. So we've sort of picked it up because it was one of those things that it didn't make sense for each publisher to try to do individually. We're hoping to launch it in, I think, May, June. So if you're going to measure the events or things that happen around an article, it's really important that you can dig down into the information underlying that, see what the source is and where it's coming from, so that you can infer your own judgments on that information. To go into everything that happens is an event. So there's been a bit of talk about being able to look at and measure things like data citations. So we're working with DataCite on this. So being able to look and see if a Crossref DOI is being referenced by a data set, or vice versa, so that you can start to make those links between articles and data, or continue to do so. Being able to see if an article was referenced in Wikipedia using its DOI, mentioned on Twitter, liked on Facebook, we're going to feed those in to event data so that people can go and access and use that information. Other things that I wanted to flag up. There is some work going on. So I said about the fact that it's really useful to be able to link ORCIDs and funders and article information. I think the real, the kind of the other piece of the puzzle in that is being able to collect organizational or institutional identifiers in a standard way. I know some people here are involved or following the organizational ID project, which has Crossref representation, but also from people from different organizations, data sites. Off the top of my head, I think there were about 17 organizations directly represented on the kind of working group for this, and the information that they work on is going to be made openly available for comment. But in the same way that we've got the funder registry, having a list of institutions matched with IDs that can then be collected with article information is just going to make it much simpler to be able to track the outputs of institutions and specific researchers. Another quick piece is that with certain open access mandates, it's not good enough for articles just to receive DOIs at the point of publication. So we're working on a way for publishers to be able to deposit DOIs and metadata for articles at the point of acceptance, so that institutions, funders can start to track them earlier on in the process. Again, I've linked to our blog about that and what we're planning to do. There's always a caveat, isn't there? We need good metadata for publishers to be able to do this. And part of what we can do as Crossref is we can provide better tools for publishers to be able to deposit this information with us as simply as possible. And we are doing so via integrations with things like open journal systems, which Karen mentioned earlier. We also, we need to do a bit of rallying for publishers to make sure that we show them as simply as possible, this is what you're providing Crossref, this is what else you could be doing, and just having conversations with them to show how useful this information is. And it saves them having to provide infinite numbers of spreadsheets to be able to provide the basic information that people need to be able to track research. So this is the big one that we're working on as well, but we're definitely seeing progress. And I think my time's about up, so I'll stop there. Apologies, lots of information all at once, but do come and ask questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Rachel. We have time for a few questions. Yep.
Hi, thank you very much. That was really informative. I have loads of questions, but I'm just going to stick to one. I think you've answered the one about the linking the institutions and the DOIs. So right at the moment, I'm involved in doing a research evaluation of arts and humanities, an institute, and trying to benchmark it against other arts and humanities institutes worldwide. This is really difficult. Our journal articles are, we can track those, but what about tracking the other research outputs? So here's an area that we became aware of from working with altmetric.com. Everything that had a DOI could be tracked, but so much of our material was not, it didn't have a DOI. And a lot of it is, well, there's books, there's book chapters, there are reports. We discovered in Ireland that government reports don't have any kind of identifiers of any sort, so it's almost impossible to track policy impact. And there's a whole lot of other areas, as you mentioned, to do with data sets as well. So the DOI and linking the DOI to handles in repositories seems to be a really obvious thing to do. Maybe you could give us some information about what you're doing in this area and what's the way forward.
Sure. So I can talk about, books is one of our fastest growing areas in terms of people coming to us and registering DOIs for books, book chapters, etc. And then with things like preprints, as I said, we've just sort of extended our schema to be able to make sure that we can, that there's a really clean and clear place for people who want to register DOIs for preprints. We're also working to, because we don't want people to sort of cram things into under designations or kind of top level things that don't make sense. But again, we are working to, okay, let's have something specific for, say, reports, or if there are things that are more related to data and data sets, we might pass them over to data site as well. But we are working to make it clearer for organisations that you can deposit DOIs for lots of different things like peer reviews, etc. So we need to get better at talking about that. I think as well, my default is that I talk about publishers, but actually a lot of our members wouldn't necessarily class themselves as a publisher. So it might be a funder or a government agency or an NGO who are coming to us and saying there's stuff that we need to allocate identifiers to, so that they can do that via us. So we're getting there, and we are conscious of that, because there's so much more that needs to be tracked related to articles than just the articles themselves.
Okay, one last question then.
Yes, thank you for a lot of interesting information. We're really following this. I was just asking, you did say that 850 publishers are depositing ORCIDs. Out of the total amount of what you said you have, no, that was funders. So how are things getting along? Is it growing? Do you believe it's growing quickly enough? Can we believe that this can be used as the main source of IDs in the fairly near future? How do you see it growing?
We're fairly, I would say, so sort of to declare my own our own conflict of interest. ORCID kind of grew out of a sort of a side project of, I think we talked about author DOIs at one point, and ORCID grew out of Crossref, and then because of the way that ORCID needed to be governed, for example, it didn't make sense for it to sit under a membership organisation for publishers. But we work closely with ORCID, and we're pretty we think they're a really good thing. I know that they've just passed 3 million ORCID IDs, and the real push is for people to integrate that into their systems. What I can say in terms of numbers at Crossref, whenever we launched the sort of auto update for authors, I think we had maybe just under, I think about 280 publishers depositing ORCID IDs with us. That was at the end of 2015. Now at the start of 2016, we've got nearly 900 publishers depositing ORCID IDs, and the number of that has really grown. So I think the key to ORCID now is people are getting the IDs, and that's great, but the real kicker is that people need to use them, and we are seeing that happening. So the signs are good on our side. Thank you.
Okay, since I'm a nice guy, one last question then.
Just one question for small publishers, usually open access. So there are a lot of new metadata you collected, such as licensing, find refs, and that kind of things. So what about old records already deposited? Does it mean that all this metadata of old records must be redeposited, the whole content, or it could be just expanded with this new data?
Yeah. So if you're any, that was one of the things that we realized needed to be easier to do. So if a publisher wanted to come to us and say, okay, I want to give you license information for all of our publications, we don't want them to have to redeposit the full bibliographic metadata for every article, because it's a big job for them and it slows up our system too. So there is the option to give us a CSV file with the DOI plus additional metadata, and we we patch that information into existing DOIs if somebody does want to go back and provide that information. Talking about small publishers as well, is that obviously a lot of them use open journal systems, so we're working with PKP to develop and enhance the existing plugin so that you can go in and you can do that via OJS, and again you don't have to add that information by redepositing all of the metadata for each article. So we're conscious that that's something that we need to make as easy as possible.
Okay, thank you again,
Thank
Rachel.
you. Cool, thank you. Cheers.
It is now time for our second session of the day. And we will turn our attention more towards the impact of open access. And our first speaker of this session is Antonio Perianis from the European Research Council, where he is a policy analyst. And let's see if we can find his presentation.
I don't know if the microphone is properly. It's okay? Yeah. Yeah. This one, yes. Good morning. Thank you very much, Jen. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers for the invitation and the opportunity to present this communication entitled Open Access Measurement at ERC. It's a preliminary analysis conducted during the last 2 weeks. And well, we are focused on figures on productivity, visibility, influence, and excellence. As introduction, there is an extensive literature on the citation advantage of open access papers. In short, the main idea is that when papers are openly available, they are more cited than papers published in pay-for-access sources. On the other hand, skeptics argue that the advantage of open access is partially due to citations having a chance to arrive sooner. Another artifact described is the selection bias, according to which authors pick their best papers to make open access. In any case, some of the limitations of the existing literature on the subjects, whether supporting or refuting this open access citation advantage, are the small number of articles analyzed, the limited size and diversity of citing sources, and the short citation window considered. So the main objective of this exercise is to quantify the current situation concerning open access in macro, meso, and micro levels, analyzing publications by fields, regions and countries, journals, institutions, and of course, all publications. We also try to contribute to answer if the hypothesis of the citation advantage of open access publications is correct. Our dataset includes all publications available in Scopus between 2005 and 2014. The list of indicators has size-dependent and size-independent variants. The size-dependent are total number of publications, total number of citations, total number of highly cited publications, included in the top 1% of the highly cited in Scopus. The size-independent, that allow us to make comparisons between different domains, proportion of publications, percentage of citations, normalized citation, proportion of top 1% publications, and the relative ratio of excellent publications in the top 1%. For top 1% and normalized citations, we consider citations distributions for publications of the same year, in the same field, and in the same, with the same document type. It is important to clarify that we consider in this exercise open access those publications of the journals listed as open sources by Scopus. In those journals, open access is provided by the publishers. So it's a synonym of gold access. Other, the category other, refers to the rest of journals, where open access is not provided by the publishers or open access is not provided at all. Reported publications, ERC publications, are collected based on the list of published results in the reports of ERC grantees. The consideration, again, whether a publication is open access is exclusively based on the list of sources provided by Scopus. In summary, the present exercise analyzed more than 18 million publications, 28,000 journals, of which more than 3,000 are open access sources, and more than 50,000 ERC publications. Our first analysis is focused on the excellence and visibility of the Scopus and the ERC publications. On the top, figures concerning highly cited publications provide three main findings. First, the proportion of excellent publications of ERC grantees on the right is outstanding. Secondly, the performance of open access publications, the blue lines, is lower in both distributions. Thirdly, open access publications are below the expected rates, is 1% the expected rates. In Scopus, present a decreasing trend in ERC publications. On the bottom, trends in normalized citation are quite similar to the previous figures. Again, the normalized citation of ERC grantees on the right is notable, and the performance of open access publications, the blue lines, is lower in both distributions, for all publications in Scopus and for ERC publications. Yes. The comparison of percentage of cumulated publications and cumulated citations shows interesting results. Usually, citation distributions, the red lines, are above the publication distributions, as in the figures on the bottom. However, citation distributions are below the blue lines in open access publications. This behavior is atypical and surprising because one of the theoretical advantages of open access is that citations arrive sooner due to the easy and early access to the publications by the researchers. The effect is stronger in all publications during the last 4 years of the period. In the case of the ERC publications, just in 2014, in the last year. Also interesting is that the proportion of open access publications is similar in both distributions. It's a little bit higher for ERC publications, probably because of the open access policy in our agency and other incentives for our grantees. And in both cases, it's around 15% in the last year of the period. The increasing trend in productivity is similar as well in both Scopus, all publications, and ERC publications. Table 1 presents the total number of publications and the total number of top 1 publications, highly cited publications, and the percentage of both publications and excellent publications, and the relative ratio of top 1%. Basically, open access publications represent 10% in Scopus and 15% in ERC publications. On the other hand, ERC publications present a remarkable, incredible 8.7% in top 1% publications. The relative top 1%, basically we split this number into open access and other sources. And the open access relative ratio is significantly lower in both distributions, but note that for ERC is slightly above the expected rate. It's 1% the expected rate, in this case is 1.1, and 0.1 for Scopus publications. Turning to the fields, Table 2 presents, is quite simple table, the proportion of publications and citations by fields. The more relevant finding is that open access publications attract less proportion of citations. For example, in the case of multidisciplinary, 11% of publications attract only 2% of the citations. Similarly, Table 3 compares the excellence rate of all ERC publications. First, for all publications, agriculture, biology, environmental science, mathematics, and health present higher percentage of top 1% publications in open access sources. 5 out of 27 fields. In ERC, just 4, and only mathematics coincides in both distributions. In mathematics, open access is above the other sources. Note that the proportion of ERC publications is always above the, for example, in mathematics is 9% versus 2% for all publications in Scopus. Moving on to regions, the main findings in the comparison Europe versus United States is that Europe presents higher proportion of open access publications, is the blue solid line, 14% in 2014 versus 11%. However, the rate of highly cited publications in open access, the dotted lines, is quite similar in both regions, about 9% in the last year of the period analyzed. By contrast, the proportion of top 1% publications over the total publications is higher in the United States. It's 2.7% versus 1.9% in Europe. After the disaggregation, figure on the right, open access publications, dotted lines, present a very low proportion of excellence, below 0.3. This is the scale for open access in top 1%. With respect to countries, and similarly to the results obtained in regions and fields, open access publications of excellence, red bars, are lower or present a lower proportion than that of all publications. The figure presents Europe, EU 28 countries, and just only 6 of the countries present a higher proportion of open access, top 1% publications in open access, higher than for all. In fact, the 6 countries are EU 13 countries, and the reason maybe is because of the national policies in open access. The analysis of journals provides the following findings. There are 3 journals in the top 20 of the more prolific. In fact, the first journal, according to the total number of publications, is an open access journal. However, there is only 1 open access publication with the higher rate when we order the list by the proportion of top 1% publications, in the position 16. Finally, the 19 institutions with higher number of ERC grantees are not analyzed. The institutions are Commission de l'Énergie Atomique, CNRS, CSIC, École Polytechnique in Lausanne and Zurich, Imperial College, INSERMS, Universities of Delft, Leuven, Tel Aviv, College London, Hebrew, Amsterdam, Cambridge, Copenhagen, Edinburgh, Munich, Oxford, and the Weizmann Institutes. The first figure on the left compares the proportion of open access publications in Scopus and the ERC. We can see that the proportion of open access in Scopus is around 10% in the majority of the institutions, the blue triangles. The proportion is significantly higher for ERC publications, near or above 20%. In the figure on the right, focusing on top 1% publications, excellent publications, ERC also present a higher proportion of excellent publications, around 10% or higher than that in Scopus, about, well, in this case it's 5% more or less. The proportion of highly cited publications for both ERC and Scopus is notable in all the institutions. It's above the expected 1%. The decomposition of the previous blue and red circles into diamonds and squares, blue and red, of course, allow us to analyze the importance of open access, in this case, in institutions. The main findings are that open access publications, diamonds, present a lower rate of excellence. Moreover, all open access publications in blue are below the expected rate in this case, below the 1%. On the contrary, the red ones are typically above the expected top 1%. Other publications, squares, show a noteworthy rate of excellence, especially remarkable in ERC distributions, the red squares. Before summarizing and listing the main findings, it's important to remind the double analysis conducted in our exercise using two types of sources, open access and other on one hand, and two distributions of publications, ERC publications and all the publications available in Scopus on the other hand. Now it's time to recap some of the main findings of this preliminary exercise and, well, 4 key messages. The first one is the proportion of open access publications fluctuates between 10% in Scopus, is the minimum, and 10% in institutions with ERC publications. In this interval, 15% in ERC, 14% in Europe, 12% in the United States. Second, open access does not provide significant advantages in visibility, citations, influence, normalized citations, or excellence, top 1% publications, despite the steady growth in productivity. There are some exceptions in 5 fields, 6 countries, some journals. Advantages in visibility, influence, or excellence were found. 4, ERC publications provide an incredible excellence rates, including those published in open access publications. Moving on to the discussion, the evidence from this preliminary exercise confirms the findings of recent studies refuting the idea of the open access citation advantage. In our case, it's limited to gold sources. The current open access paradox is that an increasing number of publications fail to attract the interest of researchers, especially in the last years, even though the theoretical advantage of the sooner arrival of citations. Some questions rise by these results. What is the role to be played by factors such as cost of publishing or peer review to reverse this perception? Should quality control policies be revised in open sources? Should publications policies in traditional journals also be revised, as demanded the Gates Foundation in a couple of weeks ago? As you can see, more questions than answers, but I think that some of them probably will be addressed during the panel discussion this afternoon. And the last slide and the last question is for us. And the question is how to deal with the shortcomings of this exercise in the future, because the classification used provides a good indication of the current influence of open access publications, synonym of gold access journals or sources, open access provided by the publishers, but we would like to split other, the category other, into other types of sources, open access sources and non-open access sources. But in this case, it's true that determining whether a paper is available open access is not easy. Some research groups are working on algorithms to code hybrid papers. As you know, in this case, hybrid papers are publications originally published in green journals and also available for free in open archives. A first step in between our current situation and this algorithm solution, and I think that is an easier proxy for this purpose, is to use Serpa-Romeo classification of journals, of sources, in order to refine and extend our current results. And well, that's all. Thank you very much for your attention and your patience.
Thank you, Antonio, for that thought-provoking presentation. We have time for questions. Yes.
I want to say some clarification. Bulgaria was very high, and I can explain why. We have a mathematical journal library, which is part of European Mathematical Journal library. And this repository, people are all over the world coming more than between 100 and 200 types every single day to read. It's open access. And from there, maybe Bulgaria is so high. We are a very small country.
Maybe Bulgaria and the mathematics also.
Yeah.
In field, so thank you. Very interesting.
Thank you for the presentation. I have a question on the data. When you say ERC open access, where do you get this data from? Because the data that we have from OpenAire, we find that 70% of ERC is open access.
Yes.
So do you mean open access gold, or do you mean
gold?
See, but the numbers should be different if you had open access in general, because many of the ERC the ERC publications are in green.
Yes.
So would you know, if we did the exercise again, if we helped you do the exercise again, probably the numbers, because some of the
no, but in this case, as I explained, we try to split other into green and non-open access sources. Our preliminary exercise is based just on gold sources according to the list of Scopus, yes. Okay. This is one of...
But then you're reaching to examples saying that the uptake is not immediate by not having all the numbers. You see, one of your results says that we have noticed that the uptake is not immediate, and it's a paradox to open access. But we can't really say that unless we put all the numbers in the line.
Well, I think that the position of gold journals are going to remain as now. The question is the position, for example, of non-open access journals or the green journals. So the blue line must be split into a green line and another, I don't know, green, gray or another color. The problem is that I think that the results are completely valid for gold open access sources. The question is the position of non-open access, as for example in previous exercises made, for example, in Canada, and the position of the green access, so other types of open access. The question is that gold open access sources performs regularly. Yes, that's the point, and it's one of the our limitations.
Okay, we have a question from the front here, then one back there.
Hi, I'm somewhat critical about the choice of using Scopus data for this exercise. Well, we have to note that Scopus is a product of Elsevier, who is very heavily involved in publishing, and I would. This is my doubts are based on this fact, and also on some particular data which I checked in Scopus on small independent open access journals covered by Scopus. So I think it would be really very much interesting trying to repeat this exercise and trying to use other data, for instance, data from Web of Science or from other sources. And well, this is one of the topics of today's workshop, whether the open access community is up to providing statistics and numbers. And we are clearly not yet, but maybe we should.
Well, we can discuss about the database or the indicators, it's true, but at the end, we have the citations made by other scientists to these publications. In the case of, for example, using Web of Science, probably the results, I think that would be even worse, because there are less sources, so less citations in play. Sorry?
More citations, less sources,
maybe,
more complete data.
Maybe, it's true. Yeah, I agree. We have both databases, but for this exercise, we decided to use Scopus. But we can use Web of Science also. In fact, the list of journals can be used in other databases, so the list is the same, and I think it's interesting. But always in this kind of studies, sources and indicators are provide limitations, of course. But I think that it's interesting to make some reflections about the numbers also, in order to be self-critics with this kind of sources, because, well, there are also inconvenience in some open access, all access journals, for example, the price for the authors, etc.
Okay, we have time for 2 more questions.
My question's been partially addressed. Sorry, my name's Craig. I'm from VI, Norwegian Business School. It does seem to me that going to a database that's owned by a traditional academic publisher, that seems to be a clear conflict of interest in terms of providing citation data. And I would like to see an independent replication of this with a different database. I don't know what the alternatives are, but at the moment in Norway we're looking at potentially using Scopus to provide a citation indicator to base our financing system on as well, and that seems to prevent a conflict of interest in my opinion. Yes, so I'll leave that there. But are there plans to replicate this with another database?
Yes.
Okay.
With more time.
Okay, 2 questions in the front here.
Another question concerning the data, and I didn't quite get whether you said something about it, but in Norway with this 2-level system, it's a continuing problem that gold open access journals are less visible. So there are fewer open access journals among the very visible journals, the very highly credited or higher impact factor journals. I would expect that ERC grant publications would appear in high rated journals. So did you have any sort of look at one of the reasons behind a lower citation rate could be that these journals, not because they are open access, but because open access journals are often not so highly ranked at the moment. That could be an explanation, a natural explanation for having less citations.
Yeah, but in this case, the analysis is based on the number of citations. So the number of selections made by the scientists to those publications. So it's not a problem of the visibility of the journal. If someone has mentioned before that if the paper is good, it doesn't matter where it's published. It's gold, green, or non-open access. In this case, the problem with the ranking of the journals is solved, I think, because we just use number of citations. So it's not a problem of the journal, it's a problem of the individual publications included in those sources.
So one of the explanations could be that that is still not quite true. It isn't true that you can publish anywhere and have the same
but
number of
apparently
citations.
if the source is available in Scopus, all the publications published in that source, in theory, are available in Scopus.
Okay.
So,
but you didn't correct for that in any way, so that is one of the issues in the data.
yeah, maybe, yes. Thank you for the suggestion.
Okay, one last short question.
Short, I keep it as short as possible, but I'm really concerned about this because I'm working with Scopus and Seifel right at the moment, and I surround everything that I do with caveats about the data and the information. And one of the biggest ones I'd say, I'm not going to talk about Scopus, but is about the use of gold, the publishing. There are entire countries, including my own country, Ireland, which focuses completely on green open access. We know from our activities in the PEER project that all of our ERC publications, I should say beforehand, are deposited in our repositories. We know from the PEER project that our green open access publications drive traffic towards the actual published versions of the journals. So what we're looking at is a completely distorted view. Until we have an analysis of the green articles which we send to the ERC, we report in our reports, so the ERC has a complete list of the green open access articles in our repositories. Until we see this analysis that actually tracks the impact of those journals linked to the actual published version of the journals, then we will have no idea of what the real impact of open access is.
Yes.
Okay. Again, thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
We will now break for lunch and return here at 15 minutes past 1. Thank you.
Would you have one of those pointers to advance the screen? If you get it.
I'll give you 5 minutes and 2 minutes.
5 and 2. How much do I have?
I'll see if you can keep your microphone on until the questions are done, so we get they can hear your answers.
Yes.
Great.
Okay. Welcome back, everyone. Our next speaker is Salvatore Meller. He is head of open access at CERN, and he's also co-architect of the Scope 3 initiative. Well,
thank you. Welcome back after lunch. I have half an hour and 97 slides. I'm going to go fast. So I would like to discuss, we heard the presentation before about ERC, a very specific institution, and whether open access was making a difference in citations. Now what I'm going to do is to look at a very specific discipline, high energy physics, and whether open access is making a difference in something else, which is downloads. So we're taking a very orthogonal view to that. And I'm going to talk about green, about hybrid, and about gold. High energy physics, you all know about this. We have these very big machines which smash things in these very big detectors, where there is a lot of people behind the detector. And this lot of people then find these very beautiful things, and they write a paper, which looks like every other paper, with the exception that is published by Elsevier, but the copyright is CERN and is open access. This was back in 2012, and this is what the papers look like, every other paper, roughly. And one point I want to make now at the start of the talk is that I'm going to talk a lot about the publication in high energy physics, but these kind of publications are very, very, very few. 90% of the publications are written by 1, 2, 3, 4 people. So it's like everything else. What is not exactly like everything else is that papers in this field have a double life. They have a secret life. They start their life like that on archive, and then they become published later on. and 97% of the yearly output in the journals is in archive. There is much more stuff in archive than never gets published, notes, conference, and things like that. So before we discuss about the impact of open access in this field, I would like to understand why, I would like to help you see why there is such a pervasive green open access, because this then helps understanding how people use this information and where are the downloads and the access advantages. Again, a very fast story. So the story starts quite some time ago. The story starts when there was no internet. If you wanted to send information to somebody, you had to use airmail. When people were using airmail, they were writing papers. This was in the 40s, the 50s, and the 60s, and the 70s. At the same time, somebody was writing a paper, then one was passing it in the cyclostyle. Who remembers what was a cyclostyle? Come on. Come on. Everybody with white hair should remember that, so don't be shy. Don't think I should say I don't remember cyclostyle, that makes you young. So you would pass them through the cyclostyle, and the original copy would go to the publisher to get, then send via airmail to a referee, which would send it back with the comments, and then send it again, and then print it, and then put it in a boat, put the papers as printed so they could go in a lorry and go in a library to be indexed, and then put in the shelves 3 years later. But all the copies which were produced in the cyclostyle would then go via paper mail immediately to libraries. That's the CERN library in a photo of 1963. These are all the preprints received this week. This gentleman actually still works at CERN. He's 93 now. I'm actually serious. But hairstyles have changed at the library desk, and we moved the library desk on the other side of the room. That's and I think that's the only change. Even the chairs are still the same. So what happens is that in the years it takes for this piece of information to be processed, quality assured, produced, and shipped, the information has already been accessed in paper form. There is something interesting when a library gets the preprints and the library acquires information in this way, is that what the library does is actually to catalog it. We still have the library catalog in the Office of the Head Librarian in CERN, where you can pull it out, and there are really the preprint numbers, and they're all indexed by title, by institute, even by person. This is the open access repository in which we use it to put the preprints, in the sense that everybody could go off office hours, search by preprint number, and get the preprint out, and was on good faith that they would put it back in again. And another library at Stanford, they were actually having a list of preprints, and they were typing the list of preprint in a computer in the 70s. Then something vague but interesting happened. Every time somebody from CERN gives the talk, we have to show that. And with the arrival of the web, something happened, is that the list of preprints, which was on a computer in California, became the first website in the US, which was this one. So the first website in the US was a list of preprints in high energy physics, so that you could search and figure out which preprints were there and whether were they published. So you would go there and you would search for a preprint. You would see if it was published, you would get there was no DOI, you would get the reference. You actually walk in the library and read the published version. If it wasn't published, you would hope to be in a rich library which would have received the cyclostyled version by the scientists, because of course you had only so much money to send out the cyclostyled versions. At CERN in 1995, we were still spending 1 million a year in stamps to send out our own 300 papers a year to 3,000 institutions, every single paper. If you do the math, even with discounted post prices, comes to 1 million a year in disseminating information. Then archive went on the web. And what happened when archive went on the web? This is as a function of time, 92 to 2016, as a function of disciplines. This is astronomy, this is solid state physics, this is high energy physics, this is mathematics. How much stuff was on archive? So you see, at the beginning, archive was only high energy physics. Now it's only like 10%. But if you see how many papers were on archive at the beginning, 10,000 a year in high energy physics, there are still 10,000 a year. So every single paper which had to be put on archive in our field was put there in 1992, and that amount has barely moved meanwhile. The question then is what happens as stuff gets published. So 8 years ago we did a study, we just redid it, it didn't change. This is how much of the content of a journal, so you take a journal, you take every DOI which is in a journal of the 5 largest journals in this field, you see, was this paper on archive, yes or not? Was this paper on archive before publishing, yes or not? You do this, and 97% of what is published in a journal was in archive before, since 1991. Now, if you do this for 25 years, and you look now, if I take everything which has ever been published since 1950 in the 5 largest journals in this field, 60% of the entire knowledge is green, and is already there. More on this later. Now the question is, why was it so successful? Because there were mandates, or there were incentives. It's a matter of speed. So what I said is that as of 1997, about 90% of the content of the journals was online on archive. In 1997, journals were not online. If you wanted something to be read on the internet in 1997, there was no other way. This is a jewel. This is a press release from 4th of March 1997, which tells us that a company called Reed Elsevier will start a product called Science Direct, which will put science journals on the web this year. So you understand that for the time it took before journals went online, there was no other way. So one thing is speed, the other is recognition. This also Rector Rice said at the beginning. If you go back to the list of list of preprints, which was the first website in the US, now it looks, and this was what it looked like in 1993. Now we redid it so that it looks like the internet in 1997. So we try to have this retro style, because otherwise users will be a bit stressed. We are going to do it, we are rewriting it now, and now it's looking modern in the 3rd iteration. But the interesting thing in this is something we run at CERN together with colleagues in America, in China, in Germany, in Japan, and in France, is we have 1.2 million records, 500,000 open access papers inside, 20 million citation triples, and disambiguated authors, which are basically half of the entire community. It's searched like twice per second. People are going in and typing a search to look for a paper. Once you find a paper, you have a tab which says citations. Once you go into the, you have a tab which says references, which say who this paper is citing, and then citation counts who has cited this paper. Now, what we do, some papers are very old here, so you have physical review letters, physical letters, whatever. Some papers which are relatively new, you have the paper, in blue because it resolves to another record in the system, but the reference is an archive reference. Then once the paper gets published, we add the publisher reference. So what happens is that we count citations between preprints and preprints, between preprints and papers, between papers and preprints, and between paper and papers. When something gets published, we sum together the references of the preprint version and the cited version. Which means that if in our discipline as an individual you go on Google Scholar or wherever you go to count your own indicators, here you will always have more, because we are counting the citations from the preprints, and the preprints don't exist. They are the dark economy of the system. And then you get something like this, where a retired physicist can enjoy reading how big is their H index and how many papers they have written. And these numbers always come bigger, and these are the published ones, and these are the ones which are citable. So there are things which have never been published, and the numbers are relatively bigger. So my H index is 3 units bigger for things that I only put on archive, and I never bother publishing. So you see that there is an advantage in going there. So which is overall the impact of green open access? Is recognition. This is a study, again, we are redoing now. We did this 7 years ago. This is how many citations an average paper get if was just published. how many citations it gets if it is on archive. You see how much bigger this is. So at the time we saw the papers which were on archive and publisher were getting 5 times more citations than papers which were only published. More interesting is the speed. If you look at this plot again, you look that papers start getting citations 1 year before they get published because they go on archive, people read them from archive, they write another paper, they send it to archive. So all this transaction does not exist in the normal ways we look at things, because citations usually get counted when something gets published. And this process not only is enormously higher, but it happens 1 year earlier. By the time something is published in this field, the amount of citation they get, it starts already to go down, is already old. So technically, when you look at speed, what the fact that you have ubiquitous open access means that you have 1 year saved out of the time it takes to read and access and understand something. So why was open access successful? Which was the impact of open access? Recognition, more citations, access, because just stuff wasn't online in 1997, and speed. And this is the same for astronomy and astrophysics, because the ADS has exactly the mirror system as the one when we run Inspire. It was the same in economics with REPEC. It was the same in the social sciences with SSRN. So those disciplines just went and did the repositories because in 1995, if you want to put something online, there was no other way. Now, we have done a study of citations 7 years ago. Now we're trying to look into downloads. Nobody has seen this yet. That's very preliminary. We have worked with the team of Archive, who shared with us anonymized logs. So we got 2 packs of logs from Archive, what people were doing in the second half of 2013 and in the first half of 2016. We have taken only the papers that were published in high energy physics journals, and we just have looked at the average download per paper. We cannot go any more specific than this for privacy rules, which Archive is very strict about, and they are very right about that. So you see they're very preliminary plots. Actually, I have the real plots. I just have passed over them on the iPad so that they look more preliminary. The error bars I didn't manage to do. So this is the average number of downloads as a function of time. So everybody who has to care about something on Archive is the first 2 weeks. Then there is an endless long tail, and this tail goes on for like 15 years, and is flat. It's more interesting to look at this not as a function of the date in which something is put on Archive, but the date in which something is published. Since we know the correspondence from every Archive preprint to every DOI, we can remap this, and this is what it looks like. So this is in weeks, and there is a bump. There is a bump around publication, and then it goes down again in weeks, up to, I don't know, 2 years. So this was very strange. I'm a physicist. I say, wow, I discovered something here. So what have we discovered here? This is fascinating. What we have discovered is that that's an average paper on Archive. I just put the first one I found in my email. This was sent on the 20th of December, and then was revised on the 10th of February. So those 2 guys, on the 10th of February, they went on Archive. They submitted a second version, where they add this comment, minor changes, EPJC, which is a journal, and they add the DOI. So what happened, if you click on the DOI and you follow it, is that they got published on the 9th of February. So what they did, the first thing they did was to go back on Archive, and they posted a new version of their paper. Since Archive sends you an email every time something changes, what happens is that you see this peak here of people who go and put a new version. And actually, what we did was to check how often people resubmit to Archive. This is the frequency of resubmission before the DOI date, and later. So within a month of the DOI, what happens? Within a month of the DOI, 70% of paper gets resubmitted to Archive. These are only papers in the 5 largest journals in high energy physics. And this number was 50% 10 years ago, and now it's 70%. So yeah, there are the journals there, but that's exactly what is the new social contract, that you go there and put stuff there. So we decided to do gold open access. Now, many people say, why do you do it? Because you have everything green. And that's exactly what I want to discuss now, because we've been trying to understand what changes the gold open access model has done. So the idea of gold open access in high energy physics started in 2005, where this was the smartest phone you could buy, but you could already see cats on the internet, because it had just started. So we started at the same time on YouTube. So the way Scope 3 works, for those who have not been exposed to this, is that the researcher sends papers to publishers and doesn't care. He doesn't pay APC, he doesn't have to understand the copyright, he doesn't have to put them in a report, he has to do nothing. He just has to do research. And they keep the copyright. What happens is that a contract from CERN for the benefit of Scope 3 pays publishers to make everything open access. The money to pay publishers to make everything open access is set around some notional APCs. In reality, we have a price that covers an entire journal. But these journals were closed access before, and we have flipped them to open. So publishers have refunded to library the money which was used to buy those journals before. This money goes in the consortium and is the largest source of money to then free the journal later. And some funding agencies support in addition in countries where there were not so many subscriptions before. So what we have done is to reuse 90% of the money which was in the system to make journals open. Now this creates a very interesting study on what happens to these journals. Do people use them in a different way? And that's exactly the kind of impact I would like to discuss today. So we started long ago. We have been in sustainable operations from 2014 to 2016. We ran for 3 years. Now we are running for the second 3 years from 17 to 19. We're already planning to eventually become a invisible and sustainable infrastructure. That's, you can tell, is from Jeff. So that's, we want to become invisible. So we start to close the books financially and at the level of impact, of which has been the impact of doing a gold open access in this field, where everything is green, for 3 years. Funds have been allocated by 3,000 libraries and 8 funding agencies in 44 countries. So this is the Scope 3 partnership today. We have published 13,500 articles. These articles have been published by 20,000 authors in 100 countries. The fact that you don't pay an APC does not create a barrier to publish in any of those journals, and there is not even a negotiation which has to be done by the author and the publisher whether you can publish or not. You can see that the light yellow countries are the ones who do not participate in Scope 3. You can say that they are free riding, or they are being supported by the system and publish. The purple ones are the ones which are financially contributing to the system. The articles that we have published are 13,500 with Elsevier, Hindawi, IOP, Jagiellonian University, Oxford and Japanese Physical Society, Springer. Now the interesting thing is that apart from those 3 journals, all those others are learned society journals, which Springer publishes in this case on behalf of their society. Only 5 minutes left. So I want to discuss about the impact. What we have done is to ask Elsevier and Springer whether they saw any difference by making open gold things which was available green for free. The answer was that in the first 2 years, the downloads in total for these journals have doubled from the publisher websites. Now what has doubled is the access to all of the journals. Some of those journals have 80,000 articles inside, 30,000 articles inside, but what we have made open are just the most recent 3,000. So we try to go a bit deeper and ask the publisher, can you look a bit deeper what's exactly happening in this field? The Oxford University Press and the Japanese Physical Society did a study. This is incredible. So this is Progress in Theoretical Physics. This journal is very old. So here is what happened to the journal when the journal was closed access. This was the average number of downloads per paper, about 8. In 2008, what they did is that every time they were getting a Nobel Prize in physics in Japan and was published in this journal, they were opening this article. Just these 3 or 4 articles is the blue stuff here. Then the journal went to open access before Scope 3, and this is what happened. There was a factor 5 increase in downloads from the journal the moment they went open access. Then the journal joined Scope 3. Is the red things there? So if you count how many downloads the new articles only are getting, since they joined Scope 3, the downloads have gone up by factor 18, is almost 20. And now here we see which are the new articles and which are the old ones. So the last thing that we've done is to discuss with a publisher, which I cannot yet name, to say, can we get article by article downloads from you, and we compare them with the archive article by article downloads. So we check the same article, green and gold, what are people using? This is really preliminary. So the unnamed publisher, to whom I'm grateful, gave us their log files. We kept only the archive preprints which are published in the journals by this publisher, so there are exactly the same things. And then we sort them by age, and we see what happens. Now, in 2013, this is what happened. This is 0 is the date of a DOI. Now, remember that the archive is up there somewhere 3 floors above here, because in the first week when something is there, is downloaded so much more. Then from the last floor of the building, you come slowly down here. Then something gets published. So what happened in 2013 is that for articles which were, this is in month, 1 year old, the publisher was almost getting the same amount of downloads in archive. This is closed access, 2013, there was no open access. And then slowly you get this effect. For articles which are 5 years, 10 years old, the same article is downloaded 1.5 to 2 times more on the green open access than on the publisher site, because everything is there anyhow. In 2016, we have log files for the last 2 years where there are 2 big journals. There are 6,000 articles here, so implicitly I'm telling which the publisher is. What has happened once the publisher flipped the journals to open access? Nobody's ever seen this before. Now you do. You go gold, and archive has the same shape, and this jumps up. So what happens is that for the first 2-3 months before publication, people still go and read the green version, and then there is a larger number of access. And the plots here stops at not even 2.5 years, because we did the analysis last year, and we only had the Scope 3 running for 2 years before that. In the same time, though, this is the comparison for the publisher, so you can see what happens going gold. So we know Elsevier and Springer say when we go gold, it doubles the amount that our website is used. In reality, you have factors 3 to 4 for very fresh papers, which are like 6 months old, and you have factors 3 for papers which are about 1 year old, and then you start to have factor 1.5. I have just 2 minutes. In the same time, what has happened is not that gold is eating into green. Absolutely not. This is all of archive log files. This is public. Archive since 2013 to 2016 has gone up of almost a factor 2 in usage. This is what has happened in high energy physics. So if I only take the high energy physics papers on archive, which are published on a publisher website, archive still has gone up by 60%. So what has happened is that we went gold, archive went up by 60%, the publisher went up by 500% for fresh paper, and 200% on less fresh papers. The most bizarre thing that nobody can understand is this. These are articles which are older than 3 years. This is closed articles. There is no open access, nothing matters. These are the downloads in 2013. These are closed access articles. There were some interesting articles which were about 3 years old, and then it goes down. Archive was above. You remember, in 2013, archive is above the publisher. In 2016, what happens is that the closed access, long tail, tall access stuff in the publisher website goes up by a factor 2. And these are the same papers. These are papers which were about 3 years old, and then 3 years later, these are papers which are about 4.5, 5 years old. So what seems to be happening is that eyeballs and users who have access are going back to publisher website because everything is used more. And the key point I want to say, because there was sometimes there is a bit of acrimoniosity, a bit of competition, is green, is gold, is me, is you. We have baked a bigger pie, so we should be very surprised, and we are very, very surprised. It's the biggest pumping pie in the world. Flipping out journals to gold open access has massively increased the downloads for everybody. The downloads of the open access content goes up. The downloads to the closed content in the same journals goes up. The archive downloads increase as well. And what's next is we are going to do 3 more years of scope 3. And I don't need to give you the details. If not that our average gold investment per article in the second year is going to be below 1,000 euros per paper. Thank you.
Thank you, Salvatore, for a very interesting presentation. Now we have time for a couple of questions. Yes, in front here.
My name is Jadranka Stojanovski and I'm coming from Croatia. So I really appreciate what are you doing with Scope 3 project. But I was always wondering, did you ever consider to organize a kind of open peer review around archive and just invest that money to some other level of quality?
The mission of Scope 3, which I did not put on the screen, is to flip to gold open access existing journals at zero burden for researchers. So the idea was not to change the model that the researcher want to use, but to make that model open. So this idea has been considered, but was not something that was felt by the community to be needed at this moment in time. If somebody would start an open peer review or any kind of overlay journal, which would be felt as a journal and become something that the community wants and wants to use, which after all, one of our journals, JHEP, was that in 1996, 97, then became an IOP journal, then you see now that is in Scope 3. So the idea is that there is no change here, and all the change happens with the invisible infrastructure to get public value without a change here. That was what we tried to do at this moment in time.
Okay, one more question.
I was expecting more. No, it's very interesting what you're doing here. What I don't understand is, because you haven't said it, now clarify, is how is this business model sustainable with respect to what you have in mind? And if you reach up a point where there's no need for other libraries to jump in because you already have, let's say, enough money for the journal to survive, and this becomes therefore saving money for other libraries. And how do you expect the libraries that are today paying to keep on paying for that? How do you select the payers, basically, knowing that there are other libraries that are not contributing physically to?
So 3 points on this. How does it work? As you can see, at the moment, not all libraries in the world are participating. The way the system is built is that the very little bit of money which is missing, which is very little, we are going to publish our accounts in 3 months and they're going to be open. The very little bit of money which is missing for the time being is paid by my organization, is paid by CERN. If you just compare to the amount of money we were paying to put stamps on the preprints, I mean, this costs less. I mean, if you think how much it costs to pay people to run institutional repositories, this costs less. So this is not a large amount of money, especially for an organization which is worth 1.2 billion. The key point to retain here is that we have already done this cycle now for several years. After the first year, you would imagine people would say, I go away. On the first year, we had 1,500 libraries. Now we have 3,000. If any, we see that the community starts to see that compared to paying APC at whichever price, having a social pact where we all do it together actually works well. the agencies start to come in, because with what we are doing, agencies are putting in like 10% of the value of a public APC, so it's good value for them. It looks like now everybody's such that everybody's much better off if this exists than it doesn't exist. It's the point of invisible infrastructure that you tend to support the common good. So we feel like we are actually becoming sustainable because the community cares. That's the only answer I can give you, Paolo. Thank you.
We have to cut short now. Thank you again, Salvatore.
Thanks to you, Gaio. Thank you very much.
Okay. Next on today's program is a lightning talk session. Now, due to the cold climate here in Norway, our lightning talks are a bit slower, so we have 10 minutes. And we will have updates from 5 different countries, starting with Portugal and Eloy Rodriguez. He is the director of the University of Minho Documentation Services. And his talk is monitoring a national funder open access mandate, the Portuguese case, challenges and working solutions.
Thank you. Yeah, now it's switched on. Thank you very much. I'll try to present in 10 minutes briefly what we are doing in Portugal regarding monitoring. So it's a challenge to talk after Salvatore. The only similarity is also that I have too many slides for the 10 minutes, but I will, as Salvatore, I will manage to comply with my time. So I'm talking about our experience of monitoring our national funder. In Portugal, there is really just one big and important public funder. There are some other small private funders, but we just have one significant public funder, and this is FCT, Foundation for Science and Technology. Since 2014, FCT has defined an open access mandate. It's a mandate, it's a green open access mandate. It's based on on institutional repositories. It allows for embargo periods from 6 to 12 months. It also supports APC payments for publishing in open access journals. When there is APC payments, there is a requirement of associating a Creative Commons license. And as you can see by this, it is very well aligned with the requirements for Horizon 2020. And this mandate and this policy was built on top of already existing infrastructure. That is, the RCAP is the National Open Science Repository that was built in Portugal since 2008 and is aggregating the overall the Portuguese repositories. So for this policy and for the monitoring of this policy, we rely on the repository infrastructure. So we have the repositories where all the publications must be deposited. We have the RCAP, the national portal that aggregates all those publications and identify the founding information. In the middle of that, we have a validator, a tool that validates the information that we aggregate from the repositories, and then we have the reporting and monitoring that is made for the founder. If we look a little bit closer to each of these components, so for institutional repositories, the main question, of course, is the identification of the founding and of the projects. So not surprisingly, we use the OpenAire API to do this. So every Portuguese repository, apart from all the Horizon 2020 and FP7 projects, has also a list of authoritative list of all the FCT projects. And because, again, this question, as it was mentioned in the morning, the question of clearly identify the founding is a problem. And so this authoritative list is very useful. And then all this information is aggregated by the portal. And with that information and with the metadata that we aggregate from the repositories with the information about the funding of the projects. We have, like also in OpenAire, so for most of you that knows how OpenAire works, this is very similar to what how OpenAire works. So we have a project page for each project where we have some basic information and then the list of publications and some tools that the projects can use. And also from this information, the RCAP portal produces the official publications report for the founder. So it is a static report, so it's an automatic generated report that can be generated at any moment. But when it is generated, it is a static report. It generates a URL, a persistent URL that can then be used for reporting purposes. And also on the RCAP portal, we have a monitoring dashboard that allows us to collect and to present and to export information about the funding. And I will just give you this number. This is not very important. Let me just remind you that the mandate was from 2014. The first grant agreements that have the mandate incorporated are from 2015, and the number of projects is still very low because of the crisis that we had in Portugal. The funding has reduced. We are now starting to recover, so the number of projects is still very small. But I want just to because I will be back on the last slide, to this number of 5,800 funded publications that we have identified on the RCAP portal, because I want you to compare that at the end of my presentation. And finally, the report and monitoring. So it is important that in Portugal, contrary to what happened currently on Horizon 2020, unfortunately, the only official way to report publications is through the RCAP portal. So every publication to be reported on the project has to be on the portal, because otherwise it will not be reported to the founder. Currently, we are still doing it automatically. So they just need to copy paste that link of that report that I just showed you into the reporting system, but it is being worked out to be completely automated. So how we are working on the monitoring. So in a way, we do the monitoring in two ways. So for one way of doing the reporting is if we just consider the publications that are repositories, then you can say you get 100% compliance, because all the other publications are not counted for reporting purposes. But that's not completely true, because we know, and we have also some evidence of that some publications that are reference the funding from projects are not still currently on the repository. So we want to have completely accurate numbers and know how many and what is the percentage of publications that are really compliant with the policy. So we do that by using, of course, the project identification, using the information that we have on the search portal, and on external sources. We are still working and modeling different possibilities to do that. Authenticus is a national system that uses Crossref, Web of Science, and other sources to grab metadata. So we are still deciding this, and then of course the monitoring is done. I'm just finishing. Is done by the statistical department of the government and by the FCT. So the final remarks. So the first thing is really and this is the big problem, is to identify all funded publications, because there are problems on the project identification, because especially in countries like Portugal and especially in social science and humanities, there are many publications that are not IZI and Scopus. So we need other information sources to really have a complete view of the publications. And even for the sources that we have, I just want to show you that, for instance, if we go to Crossref and then compare with the 5,800, if we go to Crossref and see what is there on FCT, it's I think 6,700 publications. If we go to OpenAire, we have already 11,000 publications. So again, there is a problem on identifying what is the total that we want to compare with for the monitoring. And of course, the other challenge that we are addressing is how we will relate our effort, our national effort, because we don't want to duplicate with the efforts that we need to do at a larger scale, at the European scale, or with OpenAire, and also at the institutional level, because again, also the institutions want to know how they perform on their compliance levels. Thank you. Other questions?
Keep it on from questions. Thank you, Eloy. We have time for a couple of questions, if there are any. No? Okay. Again, thank you, Eloy. Our second slow lightning of talk of today is Hungary, and András Hol, Deputy Director General of the Library of the Hungarian Academy of Sciences. And his talk is Open Access Mandate of the Hungarian Academy of Sciences. How effective is it?
Hello. The Hungarian Academy of Sciences is a rather complex organization. Let me see. I won't speak about the Hungarian open access landscape in general, but you will see some references in my slides. But I have to speak a couple of words about the Hungarian Academy of Sciences and its mandate. The Hungarian Academy of Sciences, MTA, is a learned society, and it's also an owner of a chain of research institutes and also acts as a funder. So it's a very complex organization. And it has a mandate which is color neutral, so it allows gold, green, and even hybrid. It covers books as well, and the way to monitor such a complex mandate is provided by the Hungarian National Scientific Bibliography, which is called MTMT. I want to speak about the impact of the mandate. Those numbers are the number of articles in the repository of the academy. And do I have a pointer here? Yeah. The mandate became effective in 2013. You see there is a big jump in the number of deposited papers. We have just finished revising the mandate in last year and learning about the experience of the first 3 years, we amended the clauses of the mandate. First of all, we allowed somewhat longer embargoes for humanities and social sciences. The argument is that the papers there are mainly published in Hungarian in the national language, and the market is very small. Hungarian journal publishers are not having such a huge profit margins like the multinationals. I can say that some of them doesn't have a profit at all. So to keep them in business, we need a little bit longer embargoes. So now we allow 2 years embargoes for humanities compared to a 1 year embargo of the science, technology, medicine field. We became a little bit more specific about exception handling directors of the research institutes can provide waivers. Also, in the first version of the mandate, we didn't specify any license. No, we specified that we require or we recommend CC BY, NC, and E. This is because there was a big worry about mainly researchers in the humanities field that if there is no license at all or is it in public domain, then people might think that they can just grab the publications and republish them somewhere else. So by their request, no, we recommend this CC license, which doesn't mean that a more liberal version, namely CC BY, couldn't be employed. And also, we also specified the venues of open access more clearly. So open access can be in an open access journal which is in DOIG, in Hungarian repositories, and we have a national certification system for those. And our database has a list of trusted international subject repositories like Archive and the others. About monitoring, so our national publication database MTMT can monitor open access. All the open access journals in DOIG are recognized, but if a certain paper gets deposited in a repository, this is something which should be entered into his database by the author. Actually, they can use a SWORD protocol to upload their publication from this MTMT database to a selected repository. And if this tool is used, there is no need of manual tagging of green open access. And this applies to hybrid as well. If an article is made open access in a hybrid journal, it should be entered into this database. And let's have a look at the results for the Hungarian Academy of Sciences. The numbers are close to 60% for 2014 and 15. Means that very close 59 point something percent of the publications from those 2 years are either open access already or under embargo and will be open access next year or so. Which is, I think, is a pretty good number. And we can compare the statistics with the statistics on major universities in Hungary. Those numbers are for the 5 major universities, and their output is open access ranging from 13 to 30%. What is interesting, there is no clear correlation between a mandate, between the existence of a mandate. Only 2 universities have mandates in Hungary. One of them has a number close to 30%. The other one is somewhere in between. the reason could be that those mandates are fairly new, and the researchers might not be aware that they actually need to tag their open access articles in this empty database. So, thank you.
Thank you, Andras. Are there any questions? No? Okay. Thank you again. Okay. Our third lightning talk today is Croatia and Jadranka Stojanovski.
Yeah.
I did it. She is an assistant professor at the Ruder Boskovic Institute, the University of Zadar, and her talk is Impact of Open Access on Research in Croatia, Small Incentives, Big Achievements.
Thank you, Hans. So for this talk, I decided to take very good, according my opinion, starting point of classification of impact of open access. And this classification is focused on 3 groups, actually: readers, authors, and institutions. And in my short presentation, I will add also 2 groups, which are editors and I forgot the 5th one. So Irina told me before that I'm too pessimistic sometimes. So I decided to start with the worst part on the beginning. And that's really strong impact of the politics in Croatia, which is not positive, actually, usual. So we have many governmental changes, and they have quite different priorities from open access. So all projects we had and which ministry is supposed to finance in the former years stopped. And very actual in Croatia, some ethical issues, some members of the government are in some plagiarism stories involved and so on. So there is a lack of appropriate recognition of open access, and this is the context of the second part of my presentation, and incentives are really small. We don't have any national strategies, reports, missions, visions, mandates, and what is worrying that it's not easy to see government goal and what is our future. What is this point where Croatian government wants to bring the country? So these small incentives results in that we are just looking for some sentences in present strategies or acts or laws, and when we find something public or free, then we use it for our initiatives. So for example, these 2 sentences from the Scientific Activity and Higher Education Act we used for creation actually of national infrastructure for institutional repositories, which was launched in 2015, and at the moment we have more than 100 institutional repositories. It's just a year and a half. So. And it's really touching to see 10 working groups with a lot of members, more than 100 people working voluntarily on institutional repositories, which are not fully open access at the moment. You see that almost 30,000 deposited works and only 12,000 is in open access. So there is quite of conflict between this act, scientific activity, and mandate to put PhD, Master of Science and Bachelor of Science thesis in open access with Croatian copyright law, and some issues should be solved, and we will be grateful for any help in that area. So, speaking about impact on institution, I will just take as an example Ruđer Bošković Institute, Institutional Repository FULIR, with not so much, it's not, the number of paper is not big, but 90% is in open access. And it's really nice to listen how researchers at Ruđer Bošković Institute are speaking more and more on open access, even they are ready to put the content in open access which are actually not allowed to put. So if you compare the downloads in 2013 and downloads in 2016, you can see that numbers are quite bigger, from 1,000 to 4,000, so 4 times more. So, and related to authors, actually they are familiar kind with open access from 1996 when the Croatian Scientific Bibliography was launched, and this bibliography from the very beginning served also as some kind of orphan repository. So if you don't have repository at your institution, you can provide access to a paper through Croatian Scientific Bibliography. The number is not impressive, but there are still, what is nice to see that this number is getting higher and higher. And when we connect Croatian Scientific Bibliography with DABA repositories, that will be really good. So open access has maybe the most impact in Croatia on editors and publishers. So speaking about Croatian journals, maybe the majority of you heard about Hrčak repository of open access journal. So at the moment we have 431 open access journal with 160,000 full text articles in open up. And it's really huge impact on authors, editors, and publishers. It's interesting that when we started in 2006, it was not, open access was not mandatory. But maybe it's, you know, sometimes when you are in the desert and you have a beautiful flower coming up, that's the similar situation. So Croatian journals were lacking during whole history some copyright statements, or they didn't have agreements with authors. It was a sort of chaos. But from this chaos, this huge adoption of open access 10 years ago was really fantastic. So recently we find out that Croatian open access journals are not real open access journals, because most of them still don't have statements on copyright and licensing. So, and during reapplication to Director of Open Access Journal last year, really the number of Croatian open access journals dropped down almost in half in this directory. So we are now working with editors and publishers to solve this and finally to declare this open access statement. So, and I will just keep to this, but it's important that the recent developments, really advanced one, were very related to the grant we got from OpenAire on improvement of Hrčak repository. And Ministry of Science and Education, it's actually subsidizing from 400 journals, 160 are subsidized by the ministry according to certain set of criteria. And what is good, what is really advanced, that if you want to get money from the ministry, you should be on Hrčak and your content should be in open access. And why are Croatian journals important? It's also related to altmetric data. For example, you can see for this paper from the field of social sciences, it's on employment of women related to fertility in Croatia, and you can see more than 1,500 downloads and more than 3,000 visits, but only one citation is Web of Science. So it's really important to look also. And Hrčak has a huge usage. So what we want in the future, and I will finish with that, to establish some teams, bodies, agencies on dealing with open access and open science, and especially with research assessment, because small countries and small scientific communities like Croatia are relying too much in research assessment to databases like Web of Science and only to prestigious journal with high impact factor and so on. So we are preparing to build Croatian CRIS system, and what we would like in the future to motivate researchers to adopt open science, not to mandate. And what will really make us happy is that our future strategies will go beyond PDF and this paper-centric way of publishing and article processing charges business model. Thank you.
Questions. Thank you. Any questions for Jadranka? No? Okay. Thank you again. Hope you've no worries. Now, our fourth talk is Norway and Lars Egeland, the director of Learning Center and Library here at our host institution today, Oslo and Akershus University College of Applied Sciences. His talk is Strategy and Implementation of an Open Access at HiOA.
I'm honored to have you here at Oslo and Akershus University, I would say, because we sent our application to the department, to the ministry, some few days ago, to be a university. It's a strange thing this last period that we are called a university college in Norwegian, but the English translation is university, because we have the resources to be a university in the European definition of a university. I'm not going to talk about open access in Norway, but tell you a little bit about how we work with open access in this institution. And I think that isn't very different from many other institutions in Norway, but I think we have reached a little further perhaps than other institutions. This is just to show you that as early as in 2011, the board of the institution decided on a policy for open access. You don't have to read the text. I guess open access policies look almost the same in many countries, but we started in 2011. And we made a publication fund, and the point with that is that it covers open access journals, books, and open data repositories. We established our institutional repository, ODA, Open Data Archive, also named, as I'll show you after, a Norwegian person. Today we have 2,800 scientific documents and 800,000 downloads a year. And that means that we have far less documents than the big university in Oslo, Oslo University, or the technical or the university in Trondheim, but the use is on the same level as the repositories in Oslo University and in Trondheim. ODA is Oda Krogh, the picture. She was not so famous as an artist, more famous as a woman or a femme fatale, but it was a good name to use for our repository. Peer-reviewed journal articles, approved master thesis, approved PhD thesis, and the Learning Center and Library is responsible for running the archive and also responsible for copyright management. And we heard about high downloads the first 2-3 months and then a long tail. We have some documents that have show a rather thick tail. So this document has been downloaded 6,000 times since 2010. That is 2.5 times a day. And 2,000 documents, 2,000 downloads the last year. It's about library then. When we started with our repository, the scientific staff wanted to have one repository for only scientific documents. And later we started what I have translated as the academic archive, Fagarkivet. Only contains 700 documents, but that's going rather fast up. And that contains, it's for professional or academic publication, not scientific, not peer-reviewed, and also students' assignments with grade A or B. And the most downloaded document, the student as a researcher in education and profession, 10,000 downloads. So it's been used. And we also publish open access journals. We have 12 journals, 11 on level 1, with support from the Norwegian Research Council. The library offers technical infrastructure to establish the journals by using open journal system. But the institutes or the faculties, they have editing boards at the institutes. We had 100,000 downloads in 2015. Yeah. And that is for our university, which used to be a college then, with a lot of professional educations. These journals has been important to establish some professions as a academic field. So what have we achieved? We have 13.5% of the publication from our researchers are published in OA, open access channels, gold channels. 90% of the peer-reviewed articles are deposited in Kristin. Of these, 50-60% over the last 5 years are open available in ODA. And that means that if we look at what have been published by our researchers for the last 10 years, approximately between 50 and 60% is available open access, either in gold publications or in our archive. And the average for Norway is 13%, I think. But it's huge differences between the institutions. And of course, you heard Kurt Rice, so you know that we have strong support for the open access work we do. But we support open access because we have a policy for openness and sharing. So open access concerns the scientific publications, but we are also very willing to share our educational resources. So we have our publication series published in paper and in open access. We have HIOA Film, a film archive with 650 educational films, open to everyone, made by those people who are filming here today. And we also produce MOOC and learning resources available for everyone on the edX platform. That was a cooperation between the library and the academic staff, and especially on the health field. And we started last fall with 1,000 students following a MOOC on anatomy, and they had their exam, and the people that didn't make their exam was reduced from 36% to 6%. So we really see that works. Yeah, thank you. And what I've been telling you about is really the work done by Trude. Can't you raise up? Trude Eikebrok and her team in the library. So if there is some difficult questions, she can answer.
Thank you, Lars. Any questions? Nope. Okay. Moving on to our fifth and final slow lightning talk. And it's the UK and Katie Shemesh, scholarly communications analyst at JISC. And her talk is article processing charges and subscriptions, monitoring open access costs in the UK.
Hi, so I'm going to be talking to you about article processing charges and how we monitor these in the UK, and what we found, what some of the results we found from these are. So just to give you a bit of background about this project, in 2013 when it started, we knew that institutions were paying APCs. We didn't know how many or how much they were spending. They weren't being recorded in any kind of standardized way. So my predecessor at JISC developed a spreadsheet that institutions could fill out, and we asked them to fill it out on a voluntary basis. And what helped it to really get off the ground was that it was adopted by funders for their own reporting. So if they were funding open access, there was a mandate to report to them how much had been spent and on what articles, and they could use the same data format to report to them. When it started in 2013, we had 17 institutions filling out the spreadsheet. Now, last year in 2016, we had 40 institutions, and the same this year. We just did a round of data collection. And we have data on over 30,000 APCs, and it's all openly available, CC0 license on Figshare. And the principles behind this initiative were that this data should be standardized and comparable. It maps to metadata standards whenever it can, and that it should be open and available to everyone to use. And just kind of a sub-point, that it should be as easy for institutions to give us this information as possible. And the reason that it was important for it to be open is because for us at JISC, we do negotiations on behalf of the UK universities. We want to be accountable to them, to show them that we're working in their best interest, to have the data available to negotiate with publishers, to make deals that really work. And it really does help our negotiations with publishers. And we get publishers as well coming back to us using that same data that we have put out online, and that's great because then we can verify it and we know where it comes from. It also helps institutions to see what they're spending and that they're paying a fair price compared to others. And it helps funders to know how their money is being spent and to set policies that benefit open access and the sector as a whole. And really what's important is that this is creating a transparent market for APCs. So a big difference from the market in subscriptions, now people know what they're paying, how much everyone else is paying, and it's obvious what this market looks like. So here are some of the things we found with the data that we collected. The first thing we found, APCs are growing, and they're growing really fast. So between 2013 and 2014, we saw a more than double increase, and this was because we had some funding that came into the UK, so all of a sudden there was a lot more money available to spend on APCs. But then between 2014 and 2015, that funding didn't change much, but we still saw quite large growth. 9% growth in number of APCs and 20% growth in expenditure. And the reason that the expenditure is growing so much faster is because the average APC is rising. It rose about 100 pounds in the past 2 years. So we saw a bit of a dip in 2014 when we introduced some offsetting deals, but by 2015 the average APC had gone up quite a lot. And this is really important because APC expenditure is becoming a really big part of library budgets. We found for 2014, which was the last year that we had subscription data available, that it was about 12%, and these are just the APCs we know about that are being paid by the library central fund. Subscription expenditure was the other 88%. But in 2015, we imagine it would be more than that. And this means that subscriptions are really competing, APCs are really competing with subscriptions for a share of library budgets. And we have data that shows that library budgets are being squeezed because they're not rising to keep up with inflation. And that's why it's so vital to consider subscriptions and APCs as part of the total cost of research. And it's even more vital because the market for APCs looks a lot like that of subscriptions. We're spending on the same publishers, with the exception of some fully open access publishers like Public Library of Science. And we're also spending on the same journals. 80% of what we spend is going towards hybrid. And that's partly because more articles are being published in hybrid journals than in fully open access journals, but it's also because the hybrid average APC is significantly higher than the full open access APCs, about 500 pounds higher on average. But worryingly, we're also finding that the full open access APCs, average APC is rising a lot faster than that of hybrid. So it's starting to the gap is starting to close between the two. So just to sum up, we're spending more on APCs, partly because more articles are being published gold open access, and partly because the average APC is rising. And the APC market is looking a lot like the subscription market. Money is going to the same big publishers, it's going to the same hybrid journals, and the cost of full open access journals seems to be rising to meet that of hybrid. But if this is all sounding a bit depressing and a bit doom and gloom, I want to reassure you that it's really not that bad. Just the fact that we have this data available means that we're in a much better position than we were a few years ago when we did it. And we've used this data successfully to negotiate offset deals with publishers where APCs and subscriptions are considered as part of the same deal. And these are just some of the offsetting agreements that we have negotiated. And just to show you what this looks like in practice, in 2014, we negotiated a deal with Taylor and Francis. You can see that's the purple line, and the subscriptions drop down. We negotiated a deal with Wiley, that's the brown line at the top, and you can see that the expenditure dropped down. And the one publisher, that orange line, that we didn't have an offsetting deal in place, you can just see what the effect was, like the expenditure just went up so high. So what's next for us is to further standardize how APCs are reported, especially we have a problem with how offset APCs are reported, and how do we determine what those cost and how should we record them. We want to ease the burden of reporting for institutions, especially as institutions are paying more and more APCs. The time that it takes to record these and track these becomes quite a bit more than it was before. And so we've got 2 new products available within JISC, Monitor Local and Monitor UK. Monitor Local helps to record APCs in a really user-friendly way. It automates a lot of the process. And Monitor UK takes all that data and gives a national picture, generates reports of what's going on in open access in the UK. We've got 13 institutions signed up so far, and I think another one on the way. Yeah, okay, 14 institutions. So if you'd like some more information about this, I wrote a report that goes into quite a bit more detail, and you can find it here. And that's it for me.
Okay, thank you, Katie. Any questions? Yes, one question here.
Just wanted to ask, is very, very nice, informative presentation. Just wanted to ask if you've totaled the numbers. So are you doing comparisons years by year, so how much you were spending and how much you're spending now? In total, subscriptions APCs and some subscriptions APCs now.
Yes, so I think you can find that on the report. It's a bit difficult because the subscription data comes from a different source. So we only have subscription data openly available for 10 publishers. But yeah, I think I have done that analysis. You can find it there.
Okay, one more question at the front row here.
You mentioned those deals you are reaching with publishers. Is data about those deals public? I mean, it would really influence other countries as well to see how the UK or the Netherlands or those countries manage to deal with the publishers.
Yeah, you can find information about our deals on the Just Collections website.
Okay, one more question.
Eric Loris from the Federal Science Policy Office in Belgium. I was wondering, you note that the APC overall APC cost is rising because we pay for more APC and because the single APC level is rising. Have you had any chance to look into the reasons why the level is rising?
Yeah, so I mentioned before that there's the hybrid APCs are rising quite quickly, but that the full open access ones are rising a bit more quickly. Partly there's a shift towards publishing in more expensive, more prestigious, fully open access journals. And another part is just an increase in APCs from certain popular journals that people are publishing in already quite a lot.
Okay, I think that was it. Thank you again, Katie. Well, now it's now time for a 32-minute break. See you back at 15 minutes past 3.
I think I am. I think this is on. Is it on? Yeah.
Okay. Welcome back. It's time for our last speaker before the panel discussion, which will round off today's program. And he is Carlos Galan Diaz, and he's a research impact officer at the University of Glasgow.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I was deeply concerned about the timing of my slot, especially after the coffee break. But then after such a day of amazing speakers, I'm deeply concerned now. Nevertheless, just to recap one of the opening questions that Natalia asked this morning, she said, is the impact of open access measurable, and if so, how, for research, for innovation, for society? How does it relate to research assessment for researchers and for funders? I don't think I'll be able to answer all of those questions, but hopefully I'll be giving you some indication of what we're doing at the University of Glasgow if I had those answers, you would be paying me to solve out your problems. So I'm one of you. I'm trying to get to the bottom of these things. And just a warning, this presentation may induce sickness, and hopefully it's just the transitions and not me. So if you feel that it moves too fast, every time I click, just close your eyes. So just to recap, is this not working? There we go. Okay, close your eyes. So I don't know why it went to the end. There we go. So we have a very quick overview because I don't really need to tell you what open access is. And if I did, perhaps we just leave the room right now. But just the overall or overarching aspirations of open access, which is access, dissemination, promptness of the communication of research data, and I'm using the word data to cover results as well and communications, but also it has some social justice aims, which is the within and between community equality. Just to get a bit of perspective on the challenges that we're faced with, and I think this is pretty important. As of last Friday, when I was just updating my slides, RoarMap listed 769 open access policies, distributed in the following way, which I think is a point of reflection for us, because for something that is supposed to be open access and interoperable, we're not doing very well. Of course, this is down to institutions, it's down to governments, it's down to intergovernmental working, but we're still, I think, quite a long way of streamlining, never mind how to access documents, but how to agree on what is important. So I think for those of you who are macro thinkers, there's a lot of work to be done with that regard. And again, another note to consider, depending on which sources you visit, today we have around 6 to 9 million active researchers across the world. These are full-time equivalents. That's a hell of a lot of researchers. In 2009, it was estimated that we have gone beyond the 50 million article mark, peer-reviewed articles that are in repositories. And this doesn't include thesis or the repositories for preprints that we heard from Salvatore. And I suppose there's probably another million or two in the last 3 days. The annual articles output, as measured in 2013, was an estimated 2.4 million items. And the interesting thing that unites us is that, depending on who you cite, there's only about 25% of all this corpus available on the web, which is where most people get their information, or use that to then move on to a library or to a particular repository to get that. So it is important. It matters, irrespective of where we get Scopus or the other database. This matters. So what does it actually do, which is the question that I'm trying to answer. And as I said, it's a partial answer. So I went to our comrades in JISC and stole their diagram. Sorry, it's usable and reusable, and this is a beautiful illustration of all the things that open access is supposed to do. Okay, sorry, I'm jumping ahead of myself. So basically, it allows pretty much everyone in this planet to go and look at the research. And in order to understand the magnitude of this, the potential recognized readers as of 2015 numbers For example, our friends Elsevier reckon they have 10 to 15 million unique users or identifiers. Academia.edu has 16 million registered users. A lot of these will be shared between them. It's impossible to know. And Google Scholar, who index a lot of articles, claim that they have a substantial share of the market. But when you drill down into their actual data, it only happens to be the last 5 years of articles, which is still a lot, but it's not as impressive as they normally claim it to be. So let's move on to the meat of the talk. So what are the academic impacts? I think that without being too pompous about these, I think there are clear benefits. Of course, there are points of contention and how you measure something and what are your benchmarks for this. But it is clear that open access helps science. So it's a help in itself into the same endeavor. And if we look at some of the quotations out there, according to the National Science Foundation, the average citation for all countries has risen from about 1.7 in 92 to 2.5 in 2012. So that in itself is the inclusion of the World Wide Web, which is quite phenomenal. And depending on who you look at, there is a very good paper. I've got a list of references for those who want it, who have done a meta-study of 27 studies about open access. And there's evidence that varies between 36% increase to 600% increase of citations due to publishing in open access journals. So I think we can confidently say that irrespective of methodology, open access increases visibility and in some cases leads to an increase in citations. For example, if we move on to some other, here are the metrics I was telling you a minute ago. The societal sphere, which is what these numbers are appealing to, there is a lot of people out there accessing the data which may not convert, and this is a question for you who are skillful in databases and macro data analysis. What's happening there? Because with these millions, if you only have an increase of 1 or 1.5 in citation data, what's happening with those articles? What's happening with that information? It is clear that downloads have increased due to open access. And again, 2015 data shows that there's 2.9 billion downloads per year. And if we drill down to the UK, which is where my institution is, the higher education sector reported 102 million full-text articles downloaded in 2006 and 2007. So the question that I ask myself, because at the end of the day I'm a psychologist, is what are people doing with these downloads? Do people actually read them? Why don't we see this in the conversion of citations? And I think this speaks about human psychology, and it connects to Salvatore's point about this is a human problem, this is about how people behave, it's not necessarily about the infrastructure, but I'll touch on that in a minute. Of course, there are economic benefits, and I think that, like with most things in life, these economics matter a lot. And we do know that there are significant advantages and disadvantages for open access. So publishers, of course, some of them are rejoicing in the fact that there's open access, just like Katie told us about. They're making a fortune out of this.
And to give you an example of how badly we're doing at being open about this, somebody mentioned Stuart, Lawson and Ben in the United Kingdom, their study from last year, which wasn't a representative study about institutional subscriptions. And just to give you an example of the disparities, for the data they obtain for the year of 2014, the discrepancies with regards to Cambridge University Press, they charge Birkbeck University London £60,000 for their subscription, and Staffordshire University in England paid 164. And Elsevier, another example from 2014, Imperial College London paid £1.5 million for their subscription, whereas University of Bradford paid 21,000. So what is happening there is big business. Economics matter. So this then transpires into the rest of the university environment. So we have researchers who can do more with less. There's institutions who cannot do more because they don't have the resources. We also have the developed and the developing countries issue, which may not have access to these resources, and therefore open access is important. And then we have the aspiration to include the public sector and the private sector and the third sector. But in my daily work, I'm yet to find a policymaker, a government worker, or a person in the third sector asking me for an article, because that is not what they normally read. So that, again, is something to do with us on how we translate our research papers into something that is easily accessible for these people. So I think this is a point of caution on how these economic benefits actually transform the way that we do our research. Sorry, I do need to look at my notes as well as the presentation. So, do we really have evidence for the societal benefit claims? And this is an open question, because I don't think we do. I think we have indications of how these things work, but I'm going to give you an example that I actually received an hour ago from Impact Story. You know Impact Story, all of you. They sent me this amazing email that just made me feel really well. That says, "Dear Carlos, here are your achievements. So I have an 88% compliance with open access. Sorry, 87% of my research is free to read online. This level of availability puts you in the top 10% of researchers." I'm not a researcher by contract. I do research, but so I've got a top 10% in that. Then I have a green circle called Greatest Hit, which is the top 50%, that says your top publication has been saved and shared 12 times. Only 36% of researchers get this much attention on a publication. And then there's a blue circle that says Global South, top 50%. Of people who save and share your research, 21% are in the Global South. That's a high proportion. Only 33% of researchers publish work that inspires this level of engagement from the developing world. So the question is, so what? What does that actually mean? And I'm going to get this towards the end of my talk, because I think we have to define as a community what impact is, because impact has many facets. The academic ones, I think that we have to be bold and move on and accept it as de facto. It is good for research. It increases visibility, it increases usage. We should accept that and move on. But what about this? And I'll explain how we do some of that at Glasgow and some other universities. So I think that with regards to that, in that respect, I would say that open access is a necessary but not sufficient condition for impact outside our usual metrics. We need to close the loop. And what does this mean? I have to ask this question all the time because that's my job. I go around my college. I've got about 800 academics, and I help them realize the potential of their research. And the scariest question that somebody can ask an academic is, so what? You publish 100 articles, so what? Who cares? Because as we know, you've been cited 1.5 times. So that doesn't really make a difference. If we do a very clever economic analysis of all of this, we could arrive at some kind of monetary value. But it still doesn't answer the question of what the impact of that is. It just tells us that somebody cited your work. So Kurt Rice this morning said, how are we going to disrupt the system? And I think this is one of the ways that we can disrupt the system. And I believe that we have to reconceptualize the understanding of knowledge in a digital economy, because we live in a digital economy. All these things that we're talking about is how to make money out of this, to be simplistic, whereby our users, whoever they are and at large, understand the attribution challenge and join the game of acknowledging, because I believe this is the only way of closing the loop. If nobody acknowledges the importance of this work, either for your own work or for another objective, we'll still be in the dark on what happened to that work. So this is a quasi-moral proposition, because it is appealing to how people behave, and it involves raising awareness and re-educating the user base, which is no mean feat. So in order to frame this problem, I think one way that this can be done is framing this challenge in terms of three interwoven contexts. These are the individual, the social, and the material. So the individual context includes all the factors held by the individual that affect the choices and the behaviors he or she undertakes. These include an individual's values, attitudes, and skills, as well as the calculations he or she makes before acting, including personal evaluations of costs and benefits. So these are the people who make the research and those who read the research. And I know that it's difficult to think in terms of the whole system, but our non-academic users, whoever they may be, do they understand this? You know, the claims of open access are clear within universities and research, but are these people outside actually aware of this? How many businesses have turned themselves into multi-million-dollar companies without ever citing an article? Some of them may have read some articles, some of them may have come to a talk, got an idea, and off they went. And I think Salvatore illustrated that very eloquently in his talk, because he said it is a social contract. So with regards to that, I think we have to rethink this as a social contract where everybody understands that we all benefit. Now, high energy physics seems to be highly evolved in the understanding that the sum of the system is better than individual contributions. But I don't think that in the social sciences, for example, where I come from, we play this game. We very seldomly put out an idea that is half constructed for fear of losing that idea or losing the acknowledgement of that idea. And then if you take that out of the university circles, you're in bigger problems. Now, the social context, which I've just lumped into that because I'm a psychologist, so the two go hand in hand, includes all the factors that exist beyond the individual in the social realm, yet shape his or her behaviors. These influences include understandings that are shared amongst groups, such as social norms and the meanings attached to particular activities, as well as people's networks and relationships, and the institutions that influence how a group of individuals behave. And I think this is extremely important. And finally, you have the material context, which is the factors that are out there in the environment and the wider world, and I think is where you come in with the policies and the ways of doing things. And I think the question I would like to ask is, can we not use our own systems to actually start tracking how these particular changes outside in the world can be measured? And perhaps it shows my age, but you know, a risk tag would be fantastic. Because if people took the care, if we could re-educate people to actually input that metadata, we could then start seeing how a particular publication, whatever that may be, has changed something. Now, we have the techniques available. Is it a big task? You tell me. Can we retrospectively map all the IDs, unique identifiers, to this risk tag that will be about impact? For example, all the acknowledgements in papers, can they be data mined and attached to a particular author? So you can actually see who's contributing to a field, but is not properly acknowledged as a co-author. Here's a question that, sorry, Rachel only proved me wrong already. As of yesterday evening, there were 2.3 million ORCID users, but now it's 3 million. I don't know how it jumped. They probably haven't updated their website. But are they citing their work that has non-academic impact? Or are we still focusing and forcing these people to just focus on academia per se? This is incredibly important for us in the United Kingdom, but also for Europe, because we all have a commitment to doing something outside academia with our research. Europe is still not imposing this. Our motto is academic excellence with impact in mind. So whatever we do, we have to demonstrate what has happened as a result of that research. And finally, technologically speaking, can we mine IP addresses to the point that is sensitive, that is not in breach of any confidentiality, so we can actually map where our research is being read, and people can actually use that as a proxy to approach those organizations that may be wanting to use that research? So I'll show you two examples to conclude, because I'm getting close now, of how we do this. This is a little diagram called the Personal Impact Plan, and it has an amalgamation of definitions. But when I talk about impact, I'm talking about the demonstrable effect, change or benefit beyond academia. It includes academic benefit, but it could be absolutely anything. And I think this is what terrifies people, because if there are no guidelines, we cannot fulfill them. And I cannot tell the community to just log everything. But this is part of my project to raise awareness and change how people behave, so they can actually start understanding that they can no longer just sit in the room and produce their articles and waiting for the citations to happen. Some people may be able to do that. Some people are very good at writing. We should support those people who are very good at that. Those who are not very good at writing or are not very good at getting citations need to start working out different ways of working, so they can get to the next stage in this impact agenda. So this has very simple questions. I have copies here if anyone wants to take one at the end. And I already have to update this in some way or form because it changes all the time. But I must stress, I do not worry about open access in my institution, because my library does a great job of that. We have a system that works. Everyone has to be open access compliant because of the higher education sector in the UK. Our repository is both open to individuals, but also you can delegate someone to fill in your information for you. We don't have a problem with regards to that, and we have the mechanisms to pay for it, irrespective of the cost and the transactions that Katie mentioned earlier on. And the final example that I would like to talk about is how do you close the loop? Well, we have this repository at Glasgow. It's not unique, it's enlightened, everyone can have it, but we decided to redevelop the repository to actually start gathering impact and knowledge exchange evidence. Because this is the only way that we can close that loop and go back to the funders and tell them what has happened as a result of your academic activities. So if I was to do this myself, you can deposit an item, which can be an activity or a piece of evidence, because remember, it has to be demonstrable. So I cannot go back to my office on Thursday and say, oh, I had a great time, everybody loved it. I have to find something that tells me that you did. So it could be my 12 tweets that have reached the global south, or it could be an email that says that this was very interesting, or, for example, the reason why I'm here. I was at a conference last year, I met Nina, we had a chat, something ran through in her head, and she invited me to come. So if I report back on this, that is a measure of impact, because thanks to me giving a presentation, something else happened. And that is the only way that I can reconstruct that famous impact outside academia. So this repository is working. It's got many fields. It's interoperable with all of our systems. It has research funders data. It has HR data. It has contractual data. And anything you put in gets curated by the library, and as a research impact officer, which is my ridiculous title, I can sit down and mine that data and create connections between researchers. I can look at who we're working with. I can look at the opportunities that we have in the pipeline. It connects with all the publications, so I can actually map an entire college by publications. I can look at those publications with regards to organizations that we work for. I can find gaps, I can find strengths, and this goes hand in hand with my personal impact plan. And I was speaking to somebody earlier on at lunchtime, because we have to generate trust and rapport with our researchers. We cannot just impose a vision on them and wait for them to change. We have to do the legwork and show them how it can be used. So as a result of this, we've already had some successes, which again goes back to economics. Thanks to some of this information, we have put researchers together and won very lucrative research funding opportunities. So we're at a point where people see the value and they can sit down, fill in the repository. This fits into their annual reviews for career progression, and everybody wins. And if this was to fall down tomorrow, they can download all their data and take it with them and put it in their CV. So we're making their life easy, because whatever they do is portable. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Carlos, for a very interesting presentation. We have time for questions. We have one question up there.
Okay.
Yeah, I have the question on how do you practically do that with that database, Enlighten, where you get, do the researchers just fill that out? Do they want to do that?
Yeah.
Willingly?
Not all of them, but they do. Because, so this is back to the material and the social. The way that UK higher educations are going, because it's academic excellence with impact, you could be the best publisher in the world, but for promotion and for acquiring certain funding, you must do impact activities, which tend to be knowledge exchange activities that may or may not lead to impact. So the fact that your promotion will not be granted because you haven't done knowledge exchange activities is quite important.
It's measured.
And also the other important aspect of this is that because of this thing called the ref that most of you know, which I've avoided like the plague in this presentation, you have the opportunity to be picked up for an impact case study the more you use the repository, because I couldn't possibly go around 800 people and know what they're doing. So if they submit their data, I get a better chance of knowing what they're doing. So it's in their best interest. So you have to set the infrastructure where you're going to reward the positive behavior, and the negative behavior, you're not going to sack them because you cannot do that. But you have to, like Salvatore said, show them the way, and most people know that they're missing out if they don't engage with the tool. We're about to relaunch the tool. We did some graphical user interface on it, and we have a series of workshops prepared for the coming months. It's still low usage for those who don't have the impact case studies in ref terms, but we are seeing in the last year I've unearthed 25 different case studies just by looking at that, because they were not confident enough to raise their hand in a meeting like this and say, I've got something great to say, but they were confident to be in their own office and input their data. And because they're giving me verifiable information, I can double check if that is the case or not, and then you just bring them on board. And before they know it, they're part of a bigger discussion.
Okay, one final question here. Could you please wait for the microphone? Thank you.
You mentioned that there is a gap from going from the individual to the social, and the researchers do not care much about the social. But how about in the recent years with the societal challenges that we have, climate change, cancer, diseases? Hasn't that changed?
I don't think that it has sufficiently changed. I mean, if we were to quote Daniel Kahneman, the behavioral economist that talks about framing, the way that the world is going, I mean, it really is surprising that we're not clubbing together every single day to solve the world's challenges. So on a global perspective, it hasn't really changed. We have individuals who care a lot, and we have people who are quite happy to keep the status quo. My job in this respect is to help them see the importance of this. You will have pockets of activity, but I don't think it's a priority in everybody's minds, because we all have a job, we all have to eat, we have families. It's not in your, so to speak, in your working memory to go and solve climate change, because we're pleasure maximizers. So we have to maximize the pleasure of this in whichever way we can, so it's important for them. If I told you, come and have a beer afterwards, or, go and fill in your repository. Nevertheless, you fill in this repository, I'll give you a beer because that will get us the funding. It may work. Just an idea.
So could the infrastructures, research infrastructures, e-infrastructures help facilitate this process immensely? This is what we're trying to do. Yeah. It's not easy, but...
Yeah. I think it can, and I think it does. I don't have time to talk about what I do, but I have a tier system of engagement. I was mentioning to somebody. We have the systems, which is the material, and I have met, I think to date, about 270 of my academics one-to-one for an hour to talk about the research, to map out their progress. And I also sit at the college and I talk to the heads of schools and I talk to the university systems to change the culture. So we're talking years of work, which brings us back to one idea that was a volunteer earlier. What about a mandate and a vision? A vision is important, and you have to get people on board. And you don't win that with repositories. You need a repository for when you convince them to use it. So I think it's different levels of activity. But happy to talk about it later.
Okay, again,
thank you.
Thank you, Carlos.
Thank you very much. Cheers, gents.
Now it's time for the final part of today's program, panel discussion. So if I could please ask the remaining invited speakers to come up, we'll have some rigging to do. The moderator of today's panel discussion is Katrine Weisten Bjerde, Director of Research Services at Ceres. Now, we have one microphone, so I would please ask the panelists to wait until they receive that microphone before they speak.
Thank you. So I can speak anytime I want and you have to wait. And is this supposed to be turned on? It's working? Is that? Yeah. Okay. So, welcome, dear panelists. I think the most brilliant thing Jens did with the program here was to put Salvatore after the lunch. I think that had a great impact on our ability to stay awake. Unfortunately, he's not here now, but we will sum up some of what happened today. And my first question to all of you, I thought we would just start by a comment from all of the participants here. Please just prepare questions from the audience whenever you want. We'll take this round, so speak a few minutes each of you. And my first question to all of you is, what do you remember best from the day? What did you find most interesting or most important?
Okay. I think I found the last presentation the most interesting one, because the rest of us are building infrastructures. We think we work with the researchers. We think we know how they behave, but we actually don't. And this is something that it would be interesting, especially from the OpenAire perspective, to integrate this social aspect of how they see the impact and engagement from early on. So it's a social thing organically grown through the process. We go afterwards, but not before. And that, I think for me, that was the most interesting point.
Yeah, I guess maybe I can choose a couple of things, but instead I thought Carlos' point about some of the maybe slightly depressing, but some of the difficulties in measuring impact. One of the things that got picked up, I was looking on Twitter as well, was Katie's point from the research that she'd done about the fact that APCs there is more spent. APCs are increasing, that there's more and more resources being money going into those, and the fact that they're increasing, whereas I know that some of the argument in the UK was, or some of the expectation was, that market forces would push APCs down, and that doesn't seem to be happening. And then the fact that if I'm ever presenting preliminary data, I'm going to do it on scribbled presentations. I think that worked very well. But as an organisation that we started to do more work with preprints, that was really interesting to see how that whole cycle has sort of come almost sort of past full circle.
Yeah, you could really contribute to that.
So what I found interesting and important today, I think, was that obviously it's important to measure open access, the amount of open access, how many publications are actually open access, but I think it's equally as important to measure the things around the publication, like Katie from JISC told about. The APC costs, how do the APC price, the list price, develop over time? How can we document that, and how the actual APC prices, how do they develop over time? The embargo periods, how do they develop over time? And also get more numbers on subscription costs. I think it's very important to have those kind of data from all countries, because open access is not just making publications openly available. There's a big business surrounding open access, and I think those kind of data would really work as good ammunition when engaging with the publishers in the aim of getting more open access. So that's what I take from this thing.
Okay, I think I will add to what most of you have said, that I think what was shown today, both in Salvatore's and also Antonio's presentation, and what you finally showed here, is that there are huge differences in the evidence of open access impact, and also the way we measure different kinds of open access. Different national governments have different definitions, and we need to be really open about what kind of definitions we use, what kind of impact measurements we use, for what purposes, the data that are in scope, the target objects, and also the bibliometric indicators actually available. Otherwise, it won't make sense to benchmark numbers, and is 40% better than 30% in some countries? I mean, what are the targets in scope? That's really important, I think.
I've learned so much today. It's very difficult to pick just the one aspect. I think if I was to pick one, is how some people have, well, some countries have gone all the way down to the mandate, and some people to the gentle, you may want to do this. And I think that's one of the solutions to our problem, if we actually move towards having a bare minimum that we can mandate as well as measure, because we have the tools. So I think I've picked up a lot of information that I can start having crazy ideas about on how to measure these things.
I would, a lot of you have talked about, I mean, it seems evident that we need to be able to measure open access in order to be able to measure the impact it has. And we are talking together, we are trying to compare across different areas, across different countries. It seems to me that we're talking about gold or green, or talking about the scope that's a limited area. There's medicine, which is a huge area. Is it actually possible to find one way of doing this, or do we need to, I have a feeling that we need to identify the specifics of, well, why has scope succeeded? Because APCs within scope have not risen. APCs within scope have gone down, whereas APCs elsewhere have gone up. Is it because of the characteristics of the different areas? Is it because of whatever? So.
What I would like to say about scope is that scope has an international organization behind it, CERN, that no other community does. So this is a full force by itself. And if you look at Salvatore's diagram, the nice diagram, is that we are, this is what I also wanted to say before, is that the market, now we're building a market around APCs. And what we were telling in the break is that in the market, you have all the intermediaries, but the researcher, who is the market force behind it, is missing. We're hiding everything from them. And this is I think we're building a reality that we believe should be should be. So libraries, funders, they are making all these initiatives, they are making all these efforts, and the researchers just do not know the value of what they're paying. And this is something that no, I'm not sure if it's going to be successful at the end or not, because we're trying to do the market without all the forces. And also your question on scope is it's CERN behind it.
Anyone else want to comment on the different areas, the different, Mikael?
I think I'll try to highlight some of the different publishing models or business models at the open access market, because we have seen a really sustainable one in scope and some that are not sustainable when we look at some of the first calculation from the offsetting deals that have been done. We have seen in Germany that they have a price cap on the APC, but it's not even close to the goal APC to the price cap. Then we have in the humanities some interesting stuff around library partnership subsidies, where we have an APC that's below $3. I mean, so it depends on what the community wants. And for example, the Open Library of Humanities, I think it's a fantastic business model that the community should embrace and try and solve these things instead of looking at some of the commercial systems. And we have seen a fluctuation of some high esteemed journals into that publication platform because it's attractive to publishers. So initiatives like this, we should definitely support it throughout the whole community. I think also libraries and funders.
I would say something related to that, because I'm not a librarian. It's been a passion of mine in the past, but never properly like yourselves. I think there is a relationship between having impact through academia and having impact through other means. And if we were to recognize that there are different types of ways that a researcher can make a contribution, then we can actually get them on board. So perhaps you're in humanities and your publication horizon will be probably 10 books. If you're lucky, maybe 60 if you're phenomenal. Maybe a few articles if you're absolutely out of this world. But that is what your field looks like. So how are you going to contribute? Can you include exhibitions? Can you include working with the community? Can you include making presentations to policymakers? I think you should. We do. But who's going to be interested in picking up some of our data for that end? I doubt many people will. And there are some confidentiality concerns as well, because that's our unique selling point. So we'll be able to talk about the high-level stuff of who we're working with, but we couldn't reveal specifics. But I think we have to widen our definitions.
I know that Julia Lane she's been working a lot on impact of science, and one of her early findings was that publishing, people reading has a lot less impact than people talking together and working together. They were tracking medical improvements across the US and seeing how that spread across the country, not with publications or anything, but with people moving and working together. Okay. Opening up for the public now. Questions for any of the panelists? Yeah?
I want to throw in another criterion when we talk about impact. Just recently, I encountered a study by eCancer saying that researchers from English-speaking countries have triple impact because they have much more the ability to get selected for publication in these journals. That's again another bias that we have here in journals. And then I see all these exploding APCs and the way we are handling, and I see yet again reasons why we have to invest more in an infrastructure supporting all researchers, not only those from English-speaking countries, to get to excellence and to be visible. Do you think that we need yeah, we are talking all the time about new measurements, but which kind of measurements can we take to help these researchers from non-English speaking countries next to our repository approach and infrastructure approach?
I would like to comment on that because I think what has really been lacking in the CRIS and repository community for the last 10 years is actually the kind of development supporting file sharing and maybe some social media platforms where researchers easily from peer-to-peer can share content. And you've seen that the commercial sector has exploited this gap with the ResearchGate, academia, other platforms popping up now. So I think there's definitely a lack in the way we build the repositories, that we don't facilitate that kind of social engagement, to call it the social factor. That's one huge challenge I think we should look more into in the future.
Again, it's not, you know, the social engagement is the primary thing. Is that we can do a language translation, text and data mining, a layer on top that connects actually people so they know what each one is doing. So that could be built on top of the infrastructure of repositories that we have. Probably not on top of the publishers, because the publishers do not have all these legal and technological barriers. But repositories could certainly fit in this role.
There is a repository called Scotland's Environment Portal that I worked in through another project a couple of years ago that tried to open up the academic community to policymakers. And basically, I think we were using Peer and Enlighten, and it was an API with a plugin to actually create the option. It was called Ask Academia. So you have all the documents that the policymakers use, that we knew they were using because we had them on board, and their portal of government documents were plugged into Aberdeen University's Enlighten and Peer tools to widen the access. It never worked because it got to the point where we didn't have the infrastructure to actually have a person who would be able to moderate that engagement, and our knowledge of the authors is always out of date. So if publisher A published in 2004 under this university, who's going to answer that question, and who is liable for that content? So I think it's possible. The tools are there. We just need to find a very clever way of moderating that engagement. But I think the will is there. I can share all the code with you if you want. It's in GitHub. It works. But there was no capacity.
You touched upon it in your speech that if you invited those people for a beer as a reward for actually answering those questions. I mean, all the time, if you keep asking researchers to do more with no reward, of course their days are full. So how do we change the reward system to make sure that they want to make an impact?
Still haven't found the answer to that question properly. I think that I can share with you an interview I did for the German Psychological Association. I think very broadly I class academics in two typologies. We have old-fashioned academics and new wave academics. The old-fashioned academics think is publish or perish. I think they're outdated. They're going to just die happy. The new wave academics understand that they don't need to publish as much. It's about how they publish something, and this is what I say in the personal impact plan. Your publication is the beginning of your research, it's not the end. If we can get them to think that way, and we get the systems to acknowledge that it's quality, not quantity, I think we could move not the world. I mean, I'm an idealist, but a friend says that I'm only 4 letters away from being an idiot, which is very true. But we can get somewhere, and I think it's highly needed, because the last thing we need is more papers that nobody reads, or that they download to do I don't know what.
Yeah, Crossref.
So, yeah, I think.
I think you need to keep it quite close to your mouth.
So I think, to your point that people have no time, I think the more that can be done to automate things, aspects of that for researchers, the better. You know, in the same way that, you know, if you publish with an organization, you get a DOI, there's a landing page, your content gets maintained there. But having ways then for the there are different, you know, initiatives. There are things like Kudos and other initiatives that mean that things like this are happening sort of more automatically for researchers, and for that to kind of be picked up. I know that I used to work with a social sciences journal, and they said, well, there was a bit of pushback against it by researchers because it felt like they would be boasting, or you know, or sort of, you know, blowing their own trumpet, for lack of a better word. But I think, as you were saying, it's the start of the process and not the end anymore. And I think that is still something that people need help with, because it's all about getting your work published and not the steps after that. I think the other thing as well is, I guess, sort of smarter search tools, like looking at the kind of things the kind of initiatives that are popping up now. It is often sort of overlays on top of things like archive, or overlays, you know, search services that sit on top of the scholarly literature to say, hey, if you're a medic, if you're a GP, here's the stuff that we think is going to be most relevant to you. So trying to put that layer on top of the masses of publications that are out there, so that people can go to and find the ones that are most relevant to them. And you know, you can see that's with like Chan Zuckerberg. That's where that kind of investment's going, which is interesting.
Absolutely. It seems that you're all talking about that we do need the infrastructure, then we need the culture change to actually use it for communicating the results that lie in the infrastructure. So you've touched on some issues that what are the additional, if we have the perfect infrastructure, what are the additional ideas, the additional tools or changes that we need to make in order to actually have that content make an impact? And please join in from the audience. Andras?
I've just noticed that actually we might have a way to broaden or assessment of impact of scientific articles. Reading different news pieces from, well, BBC News or whatever platform, I find more and more that news pieces about science and technology and whatever, they really do refer to the research paper, while archaeologists just find new finds on Neanderthals in there and there. And you can read more about it in this journal, and there is a link. It would be really good to tell journalists that they should actually use DOIs and try to mine back that information. What are the research articles which are really making it to the general news?
So that would be a way that you said actually to be accountable and to cite what you've used. Tom? Please use the microphone.
How does that change the system if it's not taking into research assessment? because I can have a very high alt metrics, but it would be nice if any of you tells me that there is a committee, a tenure committee around the world that is using alt metrics as an indicator. So it's an indicator that, you know, it's something that we think is nice, but we don't use it. So unless we change that.
Again, it might not necessarily get into the research assessment of individuals, but it certainly should get into the assessment of institutions, universities, whatever. So if a certain university gets referred in the press more often than the others, it should certainly matter.
Because I've always wondered why we are libraries talking about all metrics and not communication departments at universities. For example, where I work, they still do handheld lists of where institutes are cited in newspapers and national media, international media, and they never kind of discovered what altmetric is. But the problem is also with altmetrics, you can track any DOI link, but if you don't have open APIs at media institutes or newspapers, you will never be able to track the attention of DOI. So we have some issues around openness of data and systems as well. So that's one huge challenge, I think. And it doesn't seem that we have kind of really gotten into business with media yet. But
It's an interesting view.
Come.
Sorry, just very quickly, Natalia. Twice in the last year we've used for
just ask you to keep the microphone up to your mouth so that others can hear as well.
Okay, thanks. Just twice, you asked for examples. Twice in the last year we've used altmetrics to balance out very strongly scientific or health sciences research proposals, both of which were, the altmetrics information was really welcomed by these huge scientific projects that are going for major funding, because they're able to show the bibliometrics and all of the rest of the information that they, and all the scholarly information, they needed to balance that with the kind of things that Carlos was talking about there, which was a societal impact and engagement, and the idea of engaged research has become really big at the moment. So I can give you examples of what those look like in confidence later on. Both of those projects were really successful. They got funded.
Yeah, I would also, Lars, there's one question up there. In the meantime, couldn't, even if altmetrics and actually counting something based on altmetrics is difficult, it could maybe help the researchers in picking those stories, or help the institutions in picking the stories they want to highlight.
I was just wondering, before we talk about altmetrics, should we not talk about maybe patents as impact on society? And also maybe a little more abstract, but also look at collaborations with industry. Academic, we have 39 institute or government agencies here in Norway, which has that as a purpose. And a little final note, that I used to be a marketing director for 5 years, online business. If you give me $100, guess what I can do for you with your altmetrics? It's
Can I speak to that? I think you're hitting this on the head, and I think it's for the, for the benefit of this session. We don't have time, but, at least in the UK, what do you need? You need a bold action from the top. This is how this academic with impact in mind happen. I'm not suggesting everyone does that. It's creeped up slowly in the European Commission. You have your academic and your impact side of things. But these are included in our assessments. We talk about collaborations with industry. That's why I talked about activities and outputs. I don't want to talk about books or journals or whatever. So I think if we could together resist the temptation to be too specific and have a wide enough framework to capture most facets of academic experience, that at a later time can be mined for patterns, we would be better off. And it doesn't take much for that. But environments like these are the good ones for that. And perhaps, press associations have standards. I know somebody who does that in California. The Stock Exchange have one of the best interoperable databases, so it wouldn't be difficult to dictate that they must comply with some of these, or that we include theirs. So perhaps for the next workshop, some of their representatives should.
Yeah. That's a bad idea.
They're missing out. Really.
Also including industry. Anyone else commenting on this? Rachel, did you want to?
Yeah, to your comment about patents as well, that's something that we've been working with an organisation called Cambia in Australia for a couple of years, and about assigning DOIs to patents. We've introduced assigning them to things like standards, and that's so that we can look at which papers are citing specific patents, which again is, it's not maybe inferring, sort of value or impact, but it's a thing that then can be looked at and measured and assessed in their own rights. But I agree that it's a really important thing to look at, in the same way that we've got sort of publications grouped around, say, specific clinical trials. So yeah, to that point, I think there are other methods like that. I guess the other thing is, I'm quite a sort of visual. I like examples. So a while ago, there's the Publishers for Development conference that the INAS run, and they were talking about impact for some of the researchers and librarians who spoke at there were in cases and I'm sure people like Eiffel can talk about this much more authoritatively than I can, but talking about impact in say in places in Africa where the results of research have actually gone into into how areas are farmed, irrigation, things like that. So, I think they're sort of highlighting and speaking to examples like that is really important too.
I know that Cameron Neal at some point was talking about all these different examples of picking up stories from altmetrics and saying that, yes, this woman in this kindergarten read this article and that changed the way they were treating the children in that. So it's a small example of impact, but it's still impact. You can't measure, can't quantitate. So that combination of quantitatively measuring and qualitatively assessing, it's like the UK ref. It's a combination now, isn't it, of counting the number of articles, but you need to add a piece of text describing the impact that it has done. So some sort of combination. Moving to stakeholders, we were touching on high-level, bold politicians. We've touched on institutional leaders. We have the researchers, we have the librarians, we have industry. Who needs to move in order to make something happen?
I dare say no one else. I would love to see ICOLC much more active within this field. I know there's a Berlin 13 conference coming up, the Open Access 2020, which is next month, and I would love to see some of the big library consortia moving in this area, and have a stronger mandate and focus on some of the needs of the community. And I don't know how that should be solved and negotiated. I'm not a licensed negotiator, but I think they're crucial to disrupting this field.
There are some of them in the room. So, any comments? Other stakeholders that could make a difference? Money talks. What could they do? Natalia, the microphone.
The programs evaluation. So because they are, for example, the commission or other funders now, they're thinking of FP9, the next project. How will they, where will the money go? It has to be a joint decision, not decision, but a evidence from the research, from the society, from the economy. So how can we help them to close the loop around it, and so to make the proper decisions. And then on the project level, you could have something like what Niamh said, is that alt metrics, which means it doesn't show impact, it shows engagement. So engagement really helps. So how could you do that? So these are the small things that we can move forward. But again, we have to be really careful in the world, because the alt metrics doesn't show positive or negative impact. It shows penetration and engagement. So it's a...
Yeah, Abe. Yeah, microphone.
I just think that's a really important comment that Natalie has made. The Framework 9, we've already seen what that looks like, and it looks linked in very strongly with the UN Sustainable Development Goals. And there's a conference going on at the moment. You can see it's trending on Twitter now on the SDGs. We've heard the SDGs are going to change the way that research is done. It's going to be about interdisciplinarity. This is a massive opportunity for open access, where we break down all of those barriers, but I think that we need to find those kind of tools, and we need to engage with policymakers and people who are involved with the SDGs, whether they're the international development researchers or they're policymakers in governments who recognize that impact doesn't happen at the end of a project. It happens at the very beginning, at the proposal stage, when that starts off. And the alt metrics, as you say, this idea of engaged research, what I'm looking for right now is simply to be able to use the publications in my open access repository, and to be able to very quickly and easily pull out whatever information is there for a group of papers that shows the numbers of universities that are using this and from what areas, the numbers of government bodies using the gov.ie, local domains, limited as it is. I just want to see that. I want to see the schools in my country who are using this information. And that is something that I think is available to us here and now, but the tool simply isn't at my fingertips to be able to use it right now.
I have to add to this that we're proud that in OpenAire Connect, which is a project that just started in January, we have a local SDG community. We're helping them build the national SDG open data with open research data with open publications, moving to Mediterranean, if possible, moving. So this is the way that infrastructures can help, because we have the knowledge, they have the discipline knowledge, they know about the data, they just don't know how to connect everything together.
Very quickly to that, and that is that in Dublin, when University College Dublin welcomed Jeffrey Sachs, who wrote the Sustainable Development Goals and is working with the United Nations on this. And at the end of the speech welcoming him and honouring him with the James Joyce Ulysses Award for services to humanity, the Professor Paul Walsh, Professor of Economics and International Development, said that open access was key to the attainment of the Sustainable Development Goals. And I think he said that publicly, it's on record with Jeffrey Sachs, so that's something that we could really develop on.
More examples on places, institutions, stakeholders that have made a difference? I think it's something that's starting to move. I definitely get a feeling from this day that we are moving away from just saying let's count publications and let's count downloads, to saying we actually need some sort of a culture change, and we need to work on assessment, and we need to keep working together. Yeah, Absolutely. I don't know whether we need to continue until this is at the end. I don't think people would mind going home a bit early. Jens, you want some final words? Thank you for your contributions.
That was difficult. Thank you for a very interesting discussion. It's been a long day and it's about to end almost. But first we have some information for the next OpenAire workshop. And its organizer, Pedro Principe.
So we will have our next OpenAire workshop in a different city, maybe warmer, in Barcelona. And it will be in spring, so in April, in the 4th of April. So it's a co-associated RDA plenary event, so we will do it associated to the RDA plenary on the as a pre-event. It's a co-associated because we will do it not in the same venue of the RDA plenary, but in a different venue. We will do it in the Aula Magna of the University of Barcelona. We will have our colleagues of University of Barcelona hosting this workshop. FECIT from Spain, Eva is there, is also supporting to welcome you in Barcelona to this OpenAire, the 8th OpenAire workshop, not the last one of OpenAire 2020. We will have another one, and we will have also a fair conference in September. So join this workshop, and all the content from all the previous OpenAire workshop are not available in this page. Okay, this one. So all the content are available via our portal, also recordings and slides and things like that. Okay, thank you.
It's
not a question for me. Usually.
Recordings and slides will be available as soon as possible. I would like to thank our speakers and panelists once again, and I think that's it for today. Just some
Gratulerer med studieplass ved Høgskolen i Oslo og Akershus. Nå er det sommerferie, lokalene er tomme og venter bare på deg. Har du lyst til å bli med inn?